All right. Yeah. Good evening. The meeting of the City Hall's Budget Committee was reconvened from May 7th. First item I want to do is,
And now is.
I'm sorry, the time now is 6 p.m. on May 14th. First thing I'd like to do is Gloria go over the role of the Budget Committee, the ground rules, and any potential conflicts of interest. Gloria?
Okay, so before we get started in reviewing the ground rules and conflicts of interest, I want to address an email received this morning that contained inaccurate information. This was a statement from a citizen that said the Budget Committee failed to hold a public hearing with opportunity for public comment on use of the state shared revenue as required under ORS 1.770. City staff will look into this statement and determine if a new hearing needs to be held. However, an initial review of the issue shows that, in fact, a public hearing was opened at 3 hours, 9 minutes, 41 seconds. The chair asked for public comments at 3 hours, 10 minutes, 14 seconds. Committee member Toski raised a concern that he did not think the Budget Committee was ready to vote on the use of state shared revenue resources at 3 hours, 11 minutes, and 26 seconds. City Administrator Walsh clarified that the public hearing is intended to provide the opportunity for public comment and that the Budget Committee would not be voting on the use of state shared resources in the budget at this time. The chair asked for any other public comment at 3 hours, 12 minutes, 28 seconds. There were no other public comments. The public hearing was closed at 3 hours, 12 minutes, and 34 seconds. Second, the same commenter objected to the fact that there is no public comment opportunity at this Budget Committee meeting. ORS 294.426 does not require public comment at every Budget Committee meeting. Instead, ORS 294.426 2B requires public comment to take place at least by the second meeting if it was not provided in the first meeting. In this case, for the first Budget Committee meeting provided the opportunity for public comment during the first meeting in addition to the public hearing on state shared revenue. Due to time constraints and all that we have to cover at this meeting, public comment is not on this meeting's agenda. In addition, speaking of time constraints, as you may have noticed on the agenda that at this meeting, with all that we have to discuss, the agenda does not include time for any committee member presentations. If you would like to present at the next meeting, please provide it to staff 7 days in advance to staff, so staff has the opportunity to review, fact check, and provide IT security. Ground rules. To ensure a productive and successful Budget Committee meeting, here are ground rules for the meetings. The committee members will act professionally and respectfully during the committee meetings. Committee members need to remember they are serving the community. Political ambitions and personal agendas and vendettas do not have a place in here and should be left at home. The City Hall rules of conduct require that people behave in a manner that is not harassing or annoying under the circumstances. This includes the gallery, which includes refraining from personal attack. Budget Committee members must refrain from personal attacks and instead praise their views in ways that are not personal to a specific person. Everyone on the committee has a voice and is expected to represent the community as a whole. Your professional city staff has worked hard on bringing you a proposed budget that is based on council priorities. Please be respectful to city staff. We are a part of the community that you are representing. Any additional documentation requested must be agreed to by a majority of the committee to determine relevance to the committee's decisions. Again, the Urban Renewal Agency budget will be presented at the May 28 meeting, a copy of which will be available on May 26th. Declaration of conflicts of interest statement. Oregon law requires public officials to declare a potential or actual conflict of interest when taking an official action. As budget committee members, you are all public officials and subject to this ethics requirement. For background, a potential conflict of interest means an agenda item may have a financial benefit or detriment to them, a relative, or a business they are associated with. An actual conflict of interest means an agenda item will have a financial benefit or detriment to them, a relative, or a business they are associated with. If a person is met with a potential conflict of interest, they must disclose it. If they are met with an actual conflict of interest, they must disclose it and refrain from discussing or voting on the topic. One exception to this rule has been adopted in 2025 through Senate Bill 983, adopted in 2025, which allows a public official to participate in discussions and vote on city budgets, even if the budget includes compensations for themselves or a relative, provided they announce an actual conflict of interest first. Would any budget committee member like to declare a conflict of interest at this time? So please also declare the nature of the conflict. Go around the table.
Does anyone here have a conflict of interest?
I'm going to announce one. For disclosure, for the record, my spouse is employed by the city as a police officer because the budget includes benefits for city positions. I'm announcing an actual conflict under OS 24.20 as amended by Senate Bill 983, Oregon Laws 2025, Chapter 466. I may participate in discussion and vote on the adoption of the budget after making this disclosure.
Great.
Thank you.
Noted. Is that it, Gloria?
That's it.
Yeah. We've all got an agenda. Agenda is set.
Well, hang on one second. I just want to mention something on the agenda.
Sure.
We didn't discuss our next agenda meeting at the last one, which was kind of our mistake. So it's very nice that somebody came up with a proposed agenda. I don't think we're entirely limited by this agenda because it's not our agenda. It's a proposed agenda that got sent to us and it seems reasonable. But I wanted to make sure that, like, for example, maybe what we should discuss is next time, and I think there probably will be a next time. Should we allow public comment, that kind of thing? We didn't do it at the end of the last meeting. We got out of here.
Yeah. So if you want to add to an agenda, we'll do it for next meeting. Have any additions presented to the staff by May 19th. Our agenda is, I think, set. It's a good agenda. So anything you want to do in addition, we'll do it next meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then what, do we have any kind of estimate on the heads of the department statements? I mean, the public comment was limited to 3 minutes apiece. Are we gonna?
We'll talk about that in a minute. Right now, you were all, you all received the copy of the minutes.
Yes.
Does anybody have any additions or corrections to the minutes? Email to us.
Yes.
Steve?
Just the minutes. I only just reviewed them quickly before I came here, but I did raise a objection concerning the discussion of the proposed budget alternatives, and I don't know if my objection was noted. And so I just want to make sure that my objection there, there's nodding their head. Is it in there? You skimmed my name, so I did.
Is it in there? Okay.
I have no other concerns other than that one.
If it's not in there, I'll have you restate your objection. Any other questions about the minutes or additions or corrections from anybody else?
have your objection to city's alignment on the demographic front there. One of your comments in here, so. An area that you,
Do you have a page, Jamie?
page 3.
Two-thirds of the way down.
Right, yeah, I saw that.
Steve, restate your objection.
My objection. It really was that I think that we should be discussing revenue and expenses based upon what's likely to occur, and that I objected to the attempted assertion of the proposed budget alternatives, which were not stated as part of the original proposed budget. And I maintain those. And I said what I said. I just think the minutes should include that I made those objections, and that's what I would move, that minutes be amended to just note that I made the objection.
We'll, Jamie will go through the recording again and make sure that those are included.
They'll definitely be put in today's minutes.
Well, yes, and then I made them.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll amend the minutes.
Not very minor, but on the last page, the adjournment, I think the date might be all.
Date of adjournment, it did last more than one night. Didn't it?
It was a long meeting.
And that
Oh,
was to
May
adjourn
7th.
to tonight.
Yeah,
That'd be correct.
okay. Make a motion to approve the minutes as amended.
Second. We didn't make it, did you?
Pardon me?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, in second,
I'll second.
all in favor to approve the minutes, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, let's amend the minutes for last, we'll put these in this minute also. We're gonna have talk about with department heads tonight and want Gloria to comment on that before we get to each department head.
Okay, just some opening comments. I would like to remind the committee that the proposed budget is prepared and presented according to Oregon budget law. I've been assisting government in preparing, presenting, and managing budgets for nearly 27 years. Budget is prepared collaboratively with the involvement of all departments and divisions. Decisions to lay off personnel and or furloughs are not made lightly. However, those are management decisions, and management is not required to seek permission from the budget committee. The committee has asked, what would it take to restore the library and recreation to full staffing? I will provide that information following the review of the Q&A. So we have all of the department heads available. And I'd like to start with a roundtable with them so that they can give you an overview of what their challenges are and what is a little bit about what's in their budgets. So if we want to start behind me with Mike.
Mike, state your name and what your department is.
Yes, sir. My name is Mike Droy. I'm the building official for the city of St. Helens. I manage the building division for the city of St. Helens. So the building division, we administer the city and statewide building, plumbing, mechanical, and manufactured dwelling placement codes with providing uniform standards that ensure newly constructed and altered residential and buildings are safe for all occupants. Our mission is to work with all St. Helens construction stakeholders to ensure safe buildings for all occupants while promoting a positive business climate in the city. Our values include a commitment to health and safety, striving for stellar customer service, consistent and predictable permitting, creative and flexible problem solving, not subjective, but data-driven decision-making, and advocating and advising to prevent unnecessary regulatory. The city of St. Helens also offers online structural grade fill plumbing and mechanical permits, Submittal and plan review services using a combination of state, city-funded permitting systems as required. For staffing, in my 8 years here, we have operated in general with 2.4 full-time employees. Except for when we had a construction boom in 2020, 2023, we added an additional inspector. As proposed in this year's budget, we are being reduced to 2 full-time employees. This includes myself and a permit tech. The layoffs include a community development administrative assistant, which among many tasks supports the building permit technician and ensures seamless customer service at the public lobby. Staffing reduction by nearly 17%, and it drops us below the average of comparable communities based on population in their building safety program staffing levels of 3 full-time. On our expenditures, the proposed budget reflects a 16.4 reduction in expenditures from the 2025 budget. This includes 18% reduction in personnel services, which is our staffing, wages, and benefits. 6% reduction in materials and services. That's our operating supplies, telephone, vehicle, fuel. Revenue side of things, our budget is primarily funded by the collection of permit and plan review fees. These fees are based on city fee schedules adopted by the city council through resolution. That last was updated in April of this year. And we apply those fees using methodologies that are set by state rule. Fees collected under our various building code programs are required by ORS to be used to administer and enforce state building codes. Basically, the permit fees that we collect have to stay to fund the building division to do what it does. Total revenues are proposed to remain the same as last year at 225,000. Although there are some minor changes within those funding or within those revenue types. It is notable that this year to date, we have collected 30,000 more than what was adopted in 25-26, or ahead of where we were proposing to be. There are no significant indicators right now that there will be an increase in construction for 26 and 27 within our community. But it seems like we're not far off from more development with the continued advancement of the waterfront and sewer capacity projects. So the impacts, as we're on the cusp of these large community or large residential and non-residential developments, these proposed reductions will directly affect our ability to react to an increase in development with respect to building code administration. And these staffing reductions and furloughs will affect our ability to meet the public's need at the front counter, increase permit application plan review times, and reduce our ability to provide timely inspections as requested by the permit holders.
Questions or comments for Mike?
Mike, you outsource permitting, some of the permitting to other, either state or county. You still doing that?
The only permits the only permit processes that we still outsource are our commercial plan reviews. Those would be the only ones that we outsource out.
So is it a capability of adding more outsourcing for permitting? So you can subcontract that. I know a lot of counties do that.
Yeah, so this last year as well, the council adopted the BESA building. Oh my goodness. It's a shared assets program between all the different jurisdictions that sign up with it. And I believe right now there's about 45, which also includes our local county, Scappoose, and some of the jurisdictions in Washington County. So that does give us capacity to reach out to them. But we're not the only ones that are going through this as well. So
Thank you.
Mike, when you outsource, are you outsourcing to other municipalities or to the private sector?
out to other municipalities.
So part of your job is to inspect the plans and to make sure that buildings are being built per the code?
Yeah, we're a part of the project from the time that the permit application comes in. We review the plans, issue permits, perform inspections, and then issue a certificate of occupancy.
And so when you say certificate of occupancy, that means people occupy these buildings for the purposes of a home, a business, ballroom, dancing, a bar. Okay. And then are you being asked to outsource these? And so I understand that part of your role is to ensure public safety, correct? Yes? So what we're talking about is public safety to make sure the buildings aren't collapsing, make sure that the buildings are up to fire code, that kind of thing. And then what's your role as far as reviewing those plans are concerned? Like, have you been reviewing them?
Yeah, I do the plan reviews.
Okay, and then so far, the only thing we're outsourcing is the commercial plumbing plan?
Correct.
Okay, so as far as ensuring the public safety of the building structures themselves, that's something we're keeping in-house so far. We're not outsourcing our public safety to some other municipality.
No.
And then if some other municipality should review these plans and say they're all good and then send them here. I mean, is there some kind of check that happens here to make sure that what they've done is, they don't have any ability to supervise them, or is there some check on what they do?
Anybody that we would send them to as part of a municipality would be required to be certified through the state of Oregon to perform those plan reviews.
Oh, I got that.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if somebody's checking their work, that's all. Here.
Well, we review for local code application in all cases for sure. But currently we're not outsourcing any of those.
Right.
I really don't have that condition to give you that experience, but with the plumbing plan reviews, for example, once those do come back, we do review those for local code application to make sure that not just the state, but our city codes are being adhered to as well.
Have you seen the budget that your wages are gonna be cut to 170,000 is the proposal in the proposed budget?
I believe you stated that, right?
Yeah.
In your.
That's at page 77, 147. And then is that gonna cause you to miss days from work? Like, are you being furloughed, or we're only gonna have you working a certain number of days a week?
I don't know the full details of furloughs right now.
Okay, so nobody's told you whether you're gonna be working 3 days, 2 days, 1 day? Okay, so you don't realize the effect of this budget cut?
Not in all details, no.
Okay, and then we used to have a building inspector, so there's somebody that goes around and inspects the buildings, to make sure they're actually being built per the code, right? And you've been performing that function as well, true?
Correct.
Have you been told at all how these budget cuts are gonna impact upon your ability to make sure that the buildings are being built safely?
Well, as I stated in here, our inspections, if we are, as we are furloughed or time is our ability to get out and do inspections.
When you say our, is there anybody in addition to you that's been doing the building inspections in the last year?
Well, there are several different types of inspections that occur as part of a building permit. And I do the building code administration, so I deal with all the building code inspections. But for example, our city planner also performs inspections regarding our development code as part of the building permit process as well.
Okay, is there anybody other than you that's performing the building code inspections for the city? So in the last year, you've reviewed all the plans, and you reviewed to make sure they're up to code, and then you review the buildings themselves to make sure they're up to code.
All the plans, with exception of days I might have been sick, or
And all the buildings themselves too.
anything that's been needed for sure.
Okay, all right. And you don't know how this cut's gonna affect your ability or our ability to make sure that buildings are being planned to code or built to code. You don't know that.
Well, it won't affect our ability to meet these things, but it will delay, as we,
How long it takes.
how long it takes.
Right.
So for us to be able to provide timely services will be affected. But the
Okay.
code will still be administered and it still will be adhered to and enforced.
So that's an assumption. Right now, we have you to make sure that happens. Okay, I don't have anything else.
I assume that Mike can get it done.
Well, that's true, but we're cutting the budget by, I don't know,
17%,
yeah,
one half each.
exactly.
My understanding that we're just gonna see a delay in response time, not necessarily how well the job is being done. I think that standard is still going to be upheld by Mike. Thank you, Mike.
Great. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, can you forecast like how much delay there will be because of the diminished staff?
Without knowing like the full extent of furloughs and what that looks like, my intent would be to keep day to day going. Or each day, and not reduce our hours, but I don't know the full details of our furloughs yet, so. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for that.
To reiterate, he doesn't do the electrical and he doesn't do plumbing inspections. So there's a lot of inspectors that come to the job. He just oversees the building envelope. Right? And say,
We'll administer the plumbing, but yeah, there are certain plumbing inspections that require what's called an A-level certification. The local A-level plumbing inspector is employed by the county, and that's who we use for both those plan reviews that we referenced earlier and for their subsequent inspections.
Back to your permit. So in Oregon right now, industry wide, basically there seems to be a little bit dry, right? As far as a lot of construction happening in Oregon, compared to other years. And I believe I heard you say that on the permit requirements or the permit applications coming in right now. That they're we don't know what's going to happen in the future, but right now they're also on the lower end compared to years before, correct?
Yeah, it's been as the land inventory kind of reduces and stuff hasn't been developing yet. We've seen a kind of a reduction in permits over the years.
Okay, and you guys, a lot of your revenues, I believe I heard you say, come off of the permit applications. So if in fact we get an influx, which we hope we do for permit applications, then there might be another opportunity to bring on another FT at that point, because it would be paid for permits and application processes, generally speaking.
Yeah, if you go back to like 23 budgets, you can see that reflected actually.
Okay.
We hired that additional inspector and the fees that we were collecting at the time.
Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
I think you mentioned there are 45 cities in the group that share.
Yeah, and growing. It's
You ever have a city call you and say, hey, Mike, we need help on this?
that just happened between the county and I,
So the county
about a
goes-
week and a half ago. They were inquiring about potentially sending some plan reviews.
So before we start with Jacob, I think probably because there's for the sake of time, we should probably have the police chief do his next. Just because in case he gets a call or something, we want you all to hear what he has to say.
Great.
Thank you, Gloria. The proposed budget,
State your name and your position, please.
it's Matthew Smith, MATTHEW, SMITH, and I'm the police chief here for the St. Helens Police Department. I'll keep my opening remarks relatively brief and on point. The proposed budget that has been submitted to the city finance department and all of you is our best estimation of what it's going to cost to deliver law enforcement services to St. Helens community during the next fiscal year. There are several items in particular in the proposed budget that we anticipate are likely going to be costs. One of them is the potential user fees assessed by the Columbia County 911 service. Those fees are projected at approximately $550,000. After taking over as chief, something else I would like to point out is I immediately reviewed the budget and determined there were inaccurate budget forecasts this last fiscal year. This has been corrected during this current fiscal year where we believe there's an accurate representation of what our fleet costs are going to be. In addition to that, we located several significant equipment deficiencies in our inventory. One of them is listed on the budget, which is we discovered that many of our AR-15 rifles that are deployed to our cars, in some cases are over 20 years old. They have failing components. And one of the other items in particular that gave me great concern is there are not suppressors with these rifles. The suppressor essentially is a component to a rifle that prevents hearing loss if you have to discharge the firearm in an enclosed space. I have a particular interest in this because I was one of the investigators on an officer-involved shooting in Forest Grove about 2 years ago that involved this platform. And one of the officers suffered extensive hearing loss, which required enormous expense, which if this occurred by an employee or heaven forbid, a citizen in our community, it presents enormous liability to the addition, Lieutenant Treat, who's our lead firearms instructor, did an inspection of our rifles and determined that many of the components are failing, and as a result represents a safety issue. Most police departments institute an equipment replacement program where you make an incremental replacement of rifles over a period of years. Unfortunately, that did not take place here, which is why during last fiscal year, I found out that many of our less lethal tasers were beyond warranty with failing components as well. So realizing that we could really only tackle one major equipment upgrade a year, I chose licensed tasers last year. And this year, my request for this proposed budget is to replace our rifles. Moving forward, my hope is that we institute an equipment replacement program where future administrations aren't saddled with a large upfront expense, and these are rotated out of service on a more regular basis. Our goal for next fiscal year is to maintain our current staffing. I'm happy to report that as of May 3rd, we were able to return to 24 hours a day, 7-day-a-week patrol coverage, 3 different shifts without having to incur overtime expense. My projection over the next year is due to this, with additional recruits in training who are scheduled to complete their training within the next quarter. We'll be able to add additional detectives into our investigation unit, and this should get the overtime costs under control. And one thing that I want to stress with the overtime costs was I inherited a patrol schedule last year, which required overtime payments for officers to cover grade shifts, basically night shifts for the community. And we were faced with a pretty difficult choice. Leave vast periods of time where citizens did not have police coverage, or pay overtime so officers worked extra shifts to ensure there were officers on duty in case there was an emergency. I believe it was the right call by the previous administration, and I continue to test police. However, I anticipate these overtime overages to lessen over the next year related to shift coverage. And lastly, one of the things that I wanted to state as police chief is to vocalize my support for the St. Helens Library and St. Helens Recreation Center. I don't believe that cutting their funding and laying off their personnel is the right move. I'm offering my opinion as chief, and I would like to see the funding to the library and Parks and Rec restored. It's pretty evident to me as police chief that the overwhelming pressure on the budget comes from a public safety. It comes from the public safety of the city. It comes from the police department. And I think by cutting the budget for the library and Parks and Rec, it doesn't solve the budget issue. It just cuts critical services that our community deeply values. So I'm urging the budget committee to please reconsider their decision on cutting library and Parks and Rec funding.
I have a question. Chief, where did you get those projections for the cost of if the 911 levy fails?
I got it directly from the executive director of Columbia County 911. He briefed all the agencies on what the projected costs would be. And once I learned that these fees will likely go incurred in January of next year, I immediately notified the city.
My concern is that they have not brought that to the city council's attention in a formal way. So I have concerns with whether or not that is really what fees are gonna be. But I do respect your stance on, you know, the information that you received from them and that's where your projected numbers are coming from. But I do have concerns with that.
That would certainly be a question that I'm sure the Columbia County 911 executive director would be able to answer and confirm with the city. I do know that there were notifications made to the sheriff's office on their fees, which are significant.
Do you know about their cities in the county have been notified of their numbers as well?
The only agency that I'm aware of is the Columbia County Sheriff's Office. I believe a notification was made to Scappoose PD as well.
If I may, I was at the CCOM meeting where all agencies were notified. Scappoose.
With exact numbers given to each city?
With approximate numbers for each city. It's based on calls. So
Phone calls.
the amount of calls that the agency receives determines what the cost will be. For example, the Columbia County Sheriff's Office is projected at almost $900,000.
We're at 500.
We're at 550.
Thank you.
Other questions? The chief?
Yes, I have a couple. Chief, thank you for coming. Approximately how many days, not holding it to the exact number, would you say that we didn't have 24-hour patrol this year? Approximately.
We were able to staff our shifts with overtime, work on all day. So I would actually defer to Lieutenant Treat on that, because he does our staffing month to month, day to day. But there was our schedule itself, I think, did we put on call, Lieutenant?
February 1st through May 3rd.
Yes.
We did not have 24-hour coverage. We had on-call coverage. We had one month where the Columbia County Sheriff's Office handled our calls from 3 to 7. And
Mr. Toskey, we didn't broadcast those specific hours just for operational considerations.
Yeah, I got you on that. And thank you very much, Lieutenant Chief. Yeah, one of the, going over some of the costs. I'm not sure if that's your question to answer. Let me just double check on this. I'm looking at the amount of the overtime. And then I'm trying to project out what the regular time. And so when I'm looking at and by the way, we got the financial documents from the police and I provided them to whomever wanted them, including the mayor directly, because I figured she would ask for them. She already did. Provided them to Ms. Bush. I don't know how many people on the budget committee asked for them, but I basically ran an Excel spreadsheet. It looks like if we keep everybody kind of at pay scale, it's really going to reduce potentially the amount of overhead for us to staff the department. And I'm wondering if you think that you're going to be able to, it looks like you've hired at least one new officer, if not two. You're going to be able to get lots filled. We can get the overtime down, is the question.
One of the things I've talked about with the city finance director is my detective sergeant position. It just remains unfilled, and I think in perpetuity, it's gonna have to remain unfilled, as will one police officer position and a records specialist position. We're just simply not gonna hire those positions. We're gonna leave them open. We're just gonna have to do double duty. It is my hope that once 3 more of our recruits complete their field training program, we're gonna be able to rotate one officer into detectives, which is badly needed. Right now, one of the challenges is one of our officers recently welcomed a baby into their family and went out on leave, and I had to transfer my only detective back to patrol because I thought it was more critical to rotate him back to patrol to try to alleviate exposure. And I believe that by the second quarter of this year, 3 additional police recruits are going to be assigned to patrol. We're going to get additional bodies into detectives. We're just right there to being able to return to full essentially coverage in investigations and patrol without having to rely on overtime to staff those shifts.
There's a question for you. Just as far as the police union is concerned, the association, right now we're in contract negotiations. We don't have to renew their contract. I see a lot of pressure on you to keep 10-hour shifts, and then I look online, say 12-hour shifts are a way to save money. Would it help you if we didn't have a union contract to implement a budgeted, looking at our numbers and understanding, would it help you to help you stay in your budget, that you don't have that kind of pressure coming from the union?
I've actually found our represented members to be extraordinarily helpful and pragmatic. I think there's positive movement in what you're describing. I don't want to go into too much detail in a public forum about that. But I have full confidence that we're going to be able to staff our shifts with limited overtime exposure, which has the shift overlap. And one of the reasons I like our shifts is if heaven forbid we have an officer who gets injured or calls in sick or gets the flu, you're not staffing the entire shifts. You have overlap. You're only having to maybe call in overtime for a few hours. And even if we're able to get these operational officers deployed to shifts, we'll have sufficient staffing where it won't require overtime. We'll have maybe one extra person on the shift, so we don't have these enormous overtime costs moving forward. And Mr. Toskey, I am very confident that you're going to see our overtime numbers decrease this next year. However, the caveat there is there could be a critical incident. There could be an officer involved shooting. There could be something that happens that requires an all hands on deck response, and we just can't forecast that.
Thinking that, once you get your staffing in place, maybe some of that overtime that you can kind of keep in the tank, versus staffing, you can kind of keep that overtime in the tank. So in the event we do have something, so you say, okay, I can call all hands on deck. Not gonna worry about going over my budget. We're talking about details about what you do. But I'm thinking, so we have proposed budget. Adopted last year was 300,000 and we're past that this year. And then proposed is 370. What do you think about knocking the overtime back to 100,000 for next year? And then kind of keeping that as saying to the guys that, I wish pay overtime. I wish we had more money. Maybe we will. We're gonna find out on May 19th. But what do you think about $100,000 instead of 300,000? Can you keep it to that?
I think our state mandated training, and I think Lieutenant Treat's the expert on this when it comes to our mandated firearms training. Just getting all the staff together to complete what the state requires for us would probably, that's an enormous cost every single year. You can almost go to the bank for that because we have to complete our state mandated training. There's certain things we have to do, defense tactics, taser recertifications, CPR recertifications. There's a long list of those. And unfortunately, in order to get people who are working at night or even working a swing shift schedule to come in with the trainers, it costs overtime. I think $100,000 is very low. If you want to reduce it down to $300,000, like keep it static for the year before, yeah, we can try it. We can try to hit that number. I think a lot of our overages that you saw, and I think you probably saw the records yourself, was just trying to staff these shifts, multiple open shifts at night. And I don't forecast that. If we stabilize our staffing right now, Mr. Toski, I don't forecast that next fiscal year.
Well, in 2024, the actual overtime is 397,226, and then the actual in 2025 was 525,432. And then this year it's projected to be 550. I think it might be less because I think trend is lowering from the data that I've seen. So it can be done at the 300,000 level. So
I think it can be done. We had a couple challenges last year, which was Scappoose had 3 homicides within about 18 months. And that was a major crimes team activation. I was the lead investigator on one of those homicides, along with Sergeant Thompson from the sheriff's office. I assisted on one of the other homicide cases, and that was still when I was a sergeant. I think I might have been interim chief at one point, so I was still getting overtime pay. But Mr. Toski, going back several years, I was working in some cases 6 days a week just to keep up on my caseload.
have you been told by anybody in administration that you must stay within your budget?
I've never been directly told stay within your budget. What I've been told is I have a mission, which is to deliver the law enforcement services here. And I think it's freely acknowledged that it's going to require overtime to do this. What I have been doing is there have been instances, even recently, where I have denied overtime and just said, I'm sorry, the work is going to have to wait until we get back to work on your normal shift.
You ever been told that in order to go past your budget, the city council must approve a supplemental budget? Has anybody told you?
I'm very much aware they have to approve a supplemental budget.
Are you aware of any city council that's done a supplemental budget?
I can't speak to that.
So the city manager, is that the person who said to you that you've told him you've had concerns about the budget and he hasn't told you keep it within the budget? Just want to make sure that's clear.
I've had conversations with Mr. Walsh about the schedule and the fact that there was going to be overtime impacts. Everyone realizes it's whenever possible to try to stay within your budget. However, with public safety in particular, instances where we can't forecast what our costs are going to be day to day or month to month. One critical incident, for instance, stabbing that we referenced earlier. We had 4 to 5 officers working 21 hours straight. As much as we want to make a concerted effort to stay within our budget, we also first and foremost have to protect life, and we have a mission that we have to accomplish.
So we, part of what we had discussed is that we were going to have a discussion about management, and that was kind of something, and it's an interesting discussion, and I am only speaking on my behalf, not anybody else's, just me. But I am thinking that if you ended up, trying to stay within your budget and you've got your budget you're staying in, but then something happens, you can always come to the city council and say, something happened, I need more money, and see what the council has to say about it. And that's my opinion. And I'm only putting that out there just because you've answered my questions about, discussions with the city administrator about being required to.
Just to clarify, Mr.
Yeah.
Yoshi, you're saying that if there is a homicide in Scappoose and we need to send out 3 extra officers to assist, you want him to call the city council and ask permission?
No, what my suggestion is this, is that I think that keeping some, you know, the chief is, you know, that keeping some extra in the tank. So, you know, okay, I've got this much budget. I can't just be running on empty all the time. I gotta keep some reserves. I might have 3 instances a year where it's an all hands on deck. I'm gonna keep that in the bank. It's gonna, maybe it'll be extra at the end of the year, and I can come back and the next budget committee meeting and say, well, I had $750,000 extra because that was extra that I was anticipating that I was gonna need for emergencies that I didn't have to spend. And then we say, hey, well, put it right back in because we want the money to be there. So what I'm saying is this, that if he does have an all hands on deck situation. And, you know, because we've got a situation where we've got a couple exceeds of the budget here, not only in overtime.
Before you keep going, can I provide a little clarification there?
Can I answer her question first?
Most of our budgets, the budget is prepared with some leeway. We're not budgeting to an exact dollar.
I got you.
There is an estimate that provides for emergencies or contingencies.
We're over budget $250,000 on overtime and we're over budget $300,000 on expenses this year.
If I can respond, I mean.
We are estimating
Let me.
that
I'd
we.
like to answer Council President Simpson's question if I could. And what my suggestion would be is this, if the situation occurs and the money is spent, he simply comes to the council and says, look, we had all heck break loose here and I had to spend some money. I just want to make you aware of it. Let's pass a supplemental budget. You guys discuss it, decide how you want to handle it, and then it gets done versus
Those expenses
That is what we
already
do,
went
though.
out. Yeah,
Well-
and so those expenses already went out. So it's not like we can say, don't spend that money.
Well, but the thing is now, what's happened is the money's already been spent. Nobody said anything.
No,
That's
The money hasn't been spent. It's estimated to be spent and we are in preparation of the supplemental budget.
Well,
Chief, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to add one thing. Again, when I took over as chief and I looked at the schedule, it was clear we were gonna have overages in overtime. And I did make notifications to the city administrator on that. And I also talked to our city finance director who, and one of the things that we discussed was, even though I had funded positions, I had, again, open positions, Mr. Toski, that weren't hired. One of the things I talked to the city finance director was, what if we stagger hiring them? We use the allocated monies and offset the overtime costs. And those discussions were taking place. And part of that was, I could have hired them earlier, but that would have led to further pressures on the budget. So what I instead chose to do was to stagger their hiring, not hire them at the beginning of fiscal year, and try to redirect those savings back towards what I perceived to be overages and overtime. Because I realized there was going to be overages and overtime. So I was trying to figure out ways to mitigate that, to mitigate those costs. And I was in communication with the city finance director the entire time. I sort of inherited a budget that had some budget inaccuracies in it. This next fiscal year, as I went through with Lieutenant Treat in great detail on all kinds of projected expenses this next year. And I believe the proposed budget that I presented is my best estimation of what our costs are going to be. And I'll freely admit that if there is a critical incident here, or we make a series of arrests where officers have to come in, like a night shift officer has to come in and testify at grand jury during the day, there's overtime costs there. It's hard for me to project out what crime's gonna look like. But my hope is, with a stabilized staffing picture, if we can maintain the officers we have and all of our police complete their training and they deploy to patrol, my hope, sir, is to make those overtime overages that you're itemizing, and I reduce those significantly. And if I don't, Mr. Toski, then it's me. I have to be held accountable for that. But what I'm trying to get at is I'm going to do the very best job I can. But at the same time, all I'm asking is a little bit of grace, in the sense that if we do have a series of incidents that no one can forecast for, we don't have that crystal ball that we can look at and say that we're going to have a critical incident and officers have to work enormous amounts of overtime. We just want to accomplish the mission and do our job.
And I'd like to add, Mr. Toski. In September of 2024, we moved to a 20-hour schedule. Our previous administration, because we were so shorthanded, we went to a 20-hour schedule with on-call. There was immense pressure in October to reestablish 24-hour service. And that was done through overtime. That's 240 hours a month of overtime to cover 2 officers from 3 AM to 7 AM. You run 240 hours of overtime a month through October, November, December of 24 through January, February, March, April, all the way until January of this year. That's an enormous amount of money, and that's where the overtime money has gone. Simply to cover shift coverage because we were so short-handed.
And Mr. Toskey, I do have a bias in this. My father-in-law suffered a heart attack in downtown Forest Grove, and it was a police officer with an AED that got to him in time. And he took 6 hits from the AED and he survived. So something that is very near and dear to me is I can't stand the idea that a St. Helens resident's loved one has a heart attack and there's not an officer on duty with an AED and we don't get there in time. And that person passes away. That's what keeps me up at night. So yes, I had to make a decision on the overtime and whether to maintain that coverage, but it was first and foremost to me, there's a public safety component, but in the middle of the night, we're the closest ones with an AED. And I would hate to have an officer pass away on a preventable incident. We could have been there to help.
I understand. I appreciate you saying that. I don't have anything else at this point.
I have a question. When we were not doing 24/7, was there officer or officers home with a patrol car at their residence?
Yes, so part of what you're seeing in our fleet costs was we have a take-home vehicle program where officers would respond from home when they were on call and they were compensated. Something that Lieutenant Treat and I have discussed is once the new public safety facility is built, I've notified the officers, the take-home car program is going to end and we're going to drastically reduce our fleet. Because at that point, there's not a need. We have enough officers on duty, they can share patrol vehicles, and we're gonna go back to that model. So again, something else I want to address is our fleet costs, which we have a plan to address.
So just on the subject of when on-call coverages, whenever they may occur. My understanding is that the officers are paid $100 a shift just to, if they have to wake up in the middle of the night. So they're taking their evening, while they may be able to sleep, they're nevertheless having to be ready to work. So there's 2 officers that are on call. They're paid $100 for to be prepared.
Yes.
And be ready. And then if they're called out, there's a 4-hour minimum,
3 hour.
3-hour minimum. Okay.
Oh, it's 4. Excuse me, Mr. Tossi, I misspoke. It is 4 hours.
I thought I read 4-hour minimum. That's okay. So a 4-hour minimum. Okay. All right. So that helped. I just wanted to, since you were asking about that, and that was negotiated. And there's a signed agreement with the Officers Association in that regard with the city, to my understanding.
Yes, there was.
The 4-hour minimum, that's regular pay.
Might be overtime.
It's overtime.
That's overtime.
I think
Overtime pay to come out and respond. There's only one 4-hour overtime cost paid regardless of how many times they're called out. So there were several times when our officers called out 3 times. They still only received 1 4-hour time.
I wasn't a fan of that schedule. We went to it, but again, my preference is to have an officer on duty and available when the call happens.
But one of the concerns that I've heard is that we want 2 officers ready because to have 1 officer respond is not optimal in safety, right?
Correct. And our policy requires a 2-officer response to certain incidents.
I mean, I think that's prudent.
Also, you called it all hands on deck. Is that basically mutual aid?
Yeah, that's the other thing I wish I would have touched on. Thank you for reminding me of that. We have mutual aid agreements with the Sheriff's Office, with the Scappoose Police Department, and we also participate in the Columbia County Major Crimes Team. So there could be a critical incident, not in St. Helens, but we would still be obligated to respond and assist.
You respond and fill in for their normal duty, or do you actually go to the primary incident and perform primary incident duties?
We would do both. For instance, the Columbia County Sheriff's have had an officer involved shooting within the last year. Their officers were tied up on the shooting scene. We called 2 St. Helens police officers in on overtime, and they handled Columbia County's calls while they completed their investigation. That's one example, but essentially we assist the Sheriff's Office in need and they do the exact same thing for us.
Great. Other questions or comments for the chief?
Question about the rifle, thing that you mentioned, that was kind of new to me, so forgive my, not understanding how that works. So are you proposing that we replace all the rifles right now, or like one or two? I mean, how often do rifles get used?
Well, they're used extensively in training. So the other issue is that usually a police department has an equipment replacement schedule where these are rotated out and they're on a regular basis. So there's not this huge upfront cost. One of the things that I realized last year was, again, our tasers weren't rotated out. There was and they were failing. Lieutenant Treat notified me that multiple carbines had failures, component failures. The other thing was they don't have suppressors on them. And so one thing is that if we do deploy one of these in a confined space and an officer suffers hearing loss as a result, we could face costs as an organization, $3,000 to $7,000 for hearing aids in perpetuity for that officer till the end of their career. In addition to that, I mean, if we discharge our rifle and a citizen suffers hearing loss in an enclosed environment, that opens up to a lot of.
Rifles that we've had for years.
We've had them for many years. Some of them are over 20 years old.
So has there been any issues, like you mentioned?
Well, the issue is in Forest Grove, we didn't have an issue until we did. And when we did, it was an enormous cost to that. It far exceeded what our cost would be to outfit the rifles with suppressors. The other issue is these are often used on active shooter incidents. And the last thing we want is to have an active shooter at a local school. And we go in with a 20-year-old rifle and it fails.
Is it possible to like start with one or two rifles and then start the program of, exchanging out old rifles for new rifles, or is it something you replace all of at one time?
Well, that was something I actually offered to Lieutenant Treat, and he mapped out for me that if we did 1 to 2 rifles at a time, it would take about 15, maybe 10 years to rotate all 20 rifles out. And at that point, we'd have rifles that are 30 to 40 years old, potentially, that are still online. So again, I'm not certain why previous administrations did not start rotating this equipment out in a gradual manner. However, what I inherited was I at least have to make the ask to the budget committee, explain what I believe the needs to be. And if it's determined we don't have the money, then we don't have the money. But I've at least notified you that I have found this deficiency. I believe it's a significant deficiency, and this is my plan to fix it.
And if I could add to that, this isn't anything new. When I got here in 20,
Brand new to me.
when I got here in 20, I approached Chief Greenway and Lieutenant Hogan, said, our rifles are failing. They need to be replaced. And I've got memo after memo of each year where I said, we need to buy new rifles. We need to have a replacement program. And none of that happened.
At a minimum, at least I'm notifying the budget committee and you now of what we've discovered, so that if the decision is made, we don't have the resources now, at least I planted the seed where maybe next year or the fiscal year after that we can go on some sort of replacement schedule for these rifles, because they're a critical component.
So I see the proposed number for the materials and services. You have the number for these rifles is in there?
Yeah, it should be, it's under tactical. If you go to the tactical area, there is.
If they're a tactical.
The line items.
It's a line item.
65, about 65.
And you'll see that it's increased from last fiscal year, and the increase is the set cost of the rifle replacement. And Lieutenant Treat can speak to you component to component, item by item.
Oh, I see.
For $65,000 replacing all the rifles.
All of them. And
That not only replaces the rifles, it replaces the lights, it replaces the optics, it replaces the slings, it replaces the magazines. It's a fully out the door, here you go, it's ready to go. It includes the suppressor. Everything we need to hand a rifle to someone and have them qualify on the range with it.
65.
we understand the budget committee may review this and say this is too much of an ask. At least if there's something that can be appropriated, we can begin the process of rotating this equipment out. I just want to make a notification again to let you know what we discovered and what our plan was to fix it.
I do want to just,
Say that. I was the police commissioner and I had no idea.
I just want to offer something too. And I mean, the fact that it's $65,000 and now we're all aware of the fact that there's an incident, there's a deficiency in these weapons. If in fact something happened, then I'd also caution the budget committee on liability for the fact that it's now been said multiple times that they need to be replaced and they may not have functioning capacity in the time of need. I don't know what kind of liability that looks like for the city. I don't know, Mr. Toski, if you have an opinion on that now that we're aware that there's an issue.
Well, I mean, I think if you're injured on the job, you get paid. So if there's a hearing issue.
Yeah, obviously, that's an occupational disease claim that actually will last, I believe, for the employee's entire life, that you also have to pay their hearing aids besides that piece. But I meant in the fact of we have an incident and weapons are not working, but now we as a budget committee are all aware of that. What does that do for the liability of the city? Say it's anywhere.
You should ask the attorney for the city.
Hey, you're just posting people here. Let's like,
I just think
no, I mean,
that's one light item that
yeah, I mean, it's something to think about though, right?
we can
It's,
decide whether we, I think that the chief has made a very, I think he's made his case for the equipment that he wants in that regard. And it's brought that into focus.
And I identified the tasers and the rifles at the same time, and I had to choose which one. I thought it was way too much of a mess to replace the tasers and the rifles in the same fiscal year, and that's when I told Lieutenant Treat, let's just hold fast on the rifles till next fiscal. Let's deal with the taser issue, which I thought was far more pressing. We replaced our tasers, and then here we are with our ass this year with the rifles.
Any other questions or comments for the chief?
I actually.
Jennifer?
Question on the rifles, what is failing on your rifles?
So we've replaced 6 bolts, we've replaced 4 bolt carriers, we've replaced 11 firing pins. We've replaced 2 spring covers for the dust cover. We've replaced several buffer springs. Optics, our optics, some of them were purchased in 2007. I sent them back to EOTech, who sent me a message that said, basically, you've got to be kidding. This is so far out of warranty. We just had 2 other optics go down to EOTech again. This is equipment that was purchased in 2006, 2007. 2 of the rifles that are online today were purchased in 1996 when I was there. Those rifles are still online and we're having problems with them, having problems with the extractors. One of the issues with rifles is that that rifle sits in the car, and as you drive around for 8 or 9 hours, that rifle is constantly vibrating inside that vehicle, and it breaks down the metal over time, which is why we're having these bolt failures, the extraction failures, the firing pins. The fortunate thing is that we're finding this out prior to them being used. We do regular inspections on them. A lot of times just before range, taking them apart, people are cleaning them, they're looking at them, and that's where we're finding these broken bolts, broken carriers, broken firing pins, broken extractors.
It's also true that most officers can qualify and bring their own rifles with them, correct?
That is correct. We have in our policy, if you want to carry a personally owned rifle and it fits a certain criteria, you can do that. I'm one of those people that has my own personally owned rifle, optic and setup.
And I just wanted to say about the hearing thing, I suppose that's legitimate, but I mean, we all know any firearm owner knows that you should wear hearing protection when you're at the range. And anytime that you're going to develop a firearm, I'll probably get hearing damage, so I feel like the liability.
Well, if you run into an incident, you're not.
Personally, when somebody's shooting at me, I can't go get my hearing aid, hearing protection.
Correct. So you're gonna risk that one way or the other.
Yes.
But it's not necessarily just the officers I'm worried about, it's the public. The citizen in their living room or children inside an enclosed environment like a classroom. We won't have time to put hearing protection on them if we end up discharging a rifle in an enclosed space like that. Again, the officer involved shooting incident I'm describing that I investigated, there were 130 rounds fired inside a house. And we had an officer who suffered extensive hearing loss as a result. And my feeling has always been if it's predictable, it's preventable. It's one of those where the suppressors, when you look at our actual bid, the cost of the suppressors is so minimal. And looking at what the potential cost is. Someone's hearing for the rest of their life, and it could be a citizen.
Well, I wasn't sold on the hearing thing, is why I was asking what's actually failing on the rifles, and that was more important to me than, I'm sorry, like, but that's legitimate concerns at that point, so that's why I wanted to.
Lieutenant Treat, I have a question and I may have missed it. In regards to the tasers, what is the lifespan of the tasers? You guys replaced them last year, and is there, I believe I heard there's a strategic plan for like phase out and replacing them. How long did those ones last that you guys just bought?
Most of them will be supported for 5 to 7 years to last. And that's where the issue comes in with taser, is because they no longer support them. For example, I have a taser that is 12 years old. they're at the point where you can't even get batteries for it. But we have extra batteries, we have extra cartridges, so I continue to carry that and not one of the new ones. But again, they're good for 5 to 7 years, then Axon will come in and say, we no longer support it, and here's our new Taser 11, and we.
Got it. But there is a plan currently in place now for like a change out is what I'm trying to get at. So you're actually changing them out periodically versus having to have the lump sum. There's a plan.
Plan is budgeted and that happens. Yes.
And then if the rifles, that would be a same strategic plan that would be set up so that you'd have a change out so that you're not having to replace the whole lot at the same time.
Right, that'll never happen again.
So, one other, Gloria, I thought I put this on there and I don't know that you've got a chance to answer. I thought I'd asked a question about what if we randomized the 24-hour coverage for like 30, we cut it like we had a third, 1/3 of the days, 20 randomly were
I'll see in that question.
okay,
Apologies.
you know, and that's okay. And maybe I didn't send it. So I hate to ask this kind of a hard question to the chief.
Now, whatever you want, Mr. Toskey, ask away.
Well, I know, but
So-
this would have been better to be prepared. So I think, can I submit another one that's
Yes.
answered in writing?
Yes, so,
That'd be better.
so it will be,
It's gonna be a harder question, like assuming that we cut a third of the 24-hour days out and then we randomly disperse them. In other words, that we would go on some kind of, you know, sometimes we're on 24-hour patrol, sometimes we're not, kind of thing. Would that save us? How much would it save us? And I'd rather you have a time to answer that question than try and answer it off.
Can I ask a question that may help with answering this too? Because I feel like you said February through May, we didn't have overnight coverage for a certain amount of hours. Did I hear you correctly?
I think Lieutenant Treat.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And you said 3 times there was a call out? Did I hear that correctly too?
I said when there's a 4-hour callback, sometimes an officer was called out 3 times.
3 times on
3
the.
times on that, during that.
I guess what I'm, because on top of that, how many times were they called out? Like, was it every night?
No, no.
Okay. How often during a?
I would have to look at the numbers.
Maybe that'd be
There are
another
some
question for
times
you.
that are obviously slower than others. January, February, March are generally slower months because the weather is so cold. People are inside, you don't have people out. So I would have to pull the numbers.
Can we just submit extra questions to you?
yes, so for the next meeting, if you have more detailed questions like that, submit them to us and we'll do another Q&A for next meeting.
And if he wants to submit them in writing, just answers in writing, that's sufficient for me. If he,
I don't necessarily want to have him come back, but what you were asking was kind of what I was curious with too, when I heard those numbers is like, is there a way to get a little wiggle room where we don't have, we get a little bit more without overnight coverage is what I'm saying.
those are,
I mean, what did this crime increase? I mean, who was handling?
I think those are questions we're gonna ask Gloria.
You know, it's tricky. I mean, challenge we have is we don't want certain elements in our society knowing when we're working and not working. I understand Mr. Toskey's point. If we randomize it, then they won't even know.
Right.
Here's what I'll do. If you submit the questions in writing, Lieutenant Treat and I will sit down and give you the most thoughtful, researched response we can. And it'll give us more time to give you a better response because we can look at different scheduling options. We'll put pen to paper and try to answer them as best we can.
Yeah, it's a complicated kind of form and seeing, how do we, because you know, we really, the money is, so that's the issue. So how do we keep our safety and provide, hopefully, you know, keep our people and maybe for the same amount of money. If we reduce some of the patrolling we're doing, that could potentially be some savings and, you know, of course, there'd be a little bit of risk here and there. And I think that's what Jenny's saying. What is the risk, right? If we go to third of the year, for example, we randomize you know, a certain section of it's being quote patrolled, we will have people on call, not patrolled.
One thing I can say is during the months of March and April, when the county was covering for us from 3 to 4 or 3 AM to 7 AM, we were averaging 8 to 9 calls a week.
Okay. All right, that would be good. So maybe it would, so it'd be good to know, what would we save? What's the, would we save anything? I don't know. And so that would be something you guys, I think, should work out, not try and answer from the hip.
Something that we are having high level discussions with the sheriff's office is looking at merging our detective divisions together. Because we feel we can be far more efficient if we work together and divide up the work as opposed to two different agencies, sometimes having cases that cross paths where we're not at all times communicating with each other. And something Lieutenant Treat and I are exploring is looking at the patrol staffing at the sheriff's office and maybe figuring out how we could sort of bridge the gap, right? We can modify our staffing and the sheriff's office staffing where we always have people available for calls between 3 o'clock in the morning and 7 o'clock in the morning by working more closely with the sheriff's office. So when you submit your answers, we might be able to provide you a variety of ideas that we have.
Anything that you can do to creatively find ways, because right now the numbers are short by maybe 2 million. And so I think, you know, maybe shifting some folks within and, you know, so I'm just, anything that you could help us find a way, appreciate it. And I will submit my questions to Gloria to get to you and Lieutenant Treat.
When do you want that question by?
So for our next meeting on the 28th, if you have your questions into us by next Tuesday,
Yeah, that's fine.
that would give us time to go through them.
I thought I'd already sent it to you and that was my mistake. Thank you.
If I just give me a brief synopsis on your detective, how many, you have enough detectives, and what about the school officers and things like that?
Well, currently, right now, I'm serving as your detective sergeant and your detective. So I had to rotate my only detective back to patrol. I wanted to alleviate overtime exposure right now more than ever. So what we really need at the police department is probably myself carrying a limited caseload as an investigator and 2 detectives. And I project us being able to do that probably in the next quarter. We'll get enough staffing, we'll deploy a second detective, I can get my detective back. But something that is concerning me is there's a lot of investigative work that's coming in, and I'm just one person who's also trying to serve as your police chief. So I'm doing the best job I can to kind of continue that work, but we don't have sufficient staffing in our detective unit right now. I just had to make a choice, and the choice that I made right now was to try to alleviate these overtime overages and deploy my detective back to patrol.
If the case comes in now, how, detective case, how long are we?
I'm working on 2 very important cases right now myself, and I'm doing the best I can, but there's a delay. I'm getting calls from district attorneys and I have people asking about where these reports are at, and there's a delay in getting my work done.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Jacob?
Yes, thank you. Jacob Gratian, city planner. I represent the planning department. So a year ago and for a long time, the total employment count for the planning department was 2.4, 2 planners and a portion of the community development assistant that provides administrative help. The proposed budget reduces that to 0.9. Basically myself, including the furlough. A 10% furlough, so that's why I'm calling that 0.9. That's a reduction of about 63%. Other incidental impacts for me includes loss of utility billing and business license staff I coordinate with, as well as loss of code enforcement. So less staff means lesser customer service for permits, questions, working with other agencies, working with our internal colleagues, and trying to help developers avoid surprises. Basically, the customer service gold standard is reduced. It puts us in a situation where we're more reactive rather than proactive, especially with our support for our commissions and committees. A good example is less grant work. Currently, we have 2 planning efforts, a transportation systems plan, as well as a community paths plan, exploring a path between Scappoose and St. Helens, which exceeds $500,000. Critical thinking is an important aspect of my job. With less time, there's less time for that. An analogy, a hungry man is worried about eating, not about the future. So the analogy is that is time. Assistance to the community community development director. We do not have a dedicated community development director. Our city administrator has that role. And with less assistance to them, it just creates that additional burden to the advancement of the city. A good example of that is Project Arcadia, selling the mill. I was very involved in technical aspects of that. In the future, I could have less time to help with those important aspects to help ensure a quality future for St. Helens. Another issue is keeping up with legislation. The state of Oregon has had many changes to land use law. And that itself is a concern. Over time, our code becomes increasingly out of date and it becomes less efficient to help answer people's questions and what they can do with property and things like that. Now, as a planner, I have to think ahead, and of course, we're talking about 1 year, something that if it persists over many years, we have to look at crime prevention, crime potential. So why am I talking that as the planner? Well, crime prevention through environmental design. One of the aspects of that is that the built environment has a direct correlation with crime in the city. In short, blight begets crime. So let's talk about some of the history of the department. The planning department has been around since the 1970s. In 1978, the population was 7,000, and at that time, there was one planner. In 2026, we're about 15,000, an increase in population of 114%. And right now, we're back to one planner. We did have two planners between 2007 and 2010. I was actually the first second planner that the city has had. And we had the Great Recession, and that reduced us back to one planner. But between 2014 and 2025, for over a decade, we did have two planners. So basically, over the last 20 years, having one planner has been the exception. Things are more complex now than in the 1970s as well. So I have about 25 years experience doing this. I've worked for 3 cities and 2 counties. In some of my past experience, just to compare planner per capita in Klamath Falls, I worked there for a few years. In 2003, population was about 20,000, and there was 2 planners and a planning director. So one planner per capita of about 6,600. City of Cornelius, I worked there for a little bit. In 2006, the population was around 11,200 with a planner and planning director. So that was one planner for about 5,600 population. Interestingly enough, 2022, 2023, and 2024, the Planning Commission recommended a 3rd planner. Now, I have no fantasy that we're going to have a second planner anytime soon. I'm just telling you that to understand the circumstances that we're dealing with. The part that concerns me more than that in the short term is not having an administrative assistant. Including with the layoffs, is the community development assistant. That's the person that helps me with a lot of the things that we're required to do, mailings, notices, agendas, and things like that. Our current person is resigning. In fact, today I was learning that stuff because I don't know what the options are. And in my 25 years, that is a new phenomenon for me. So what the heck do? I have this kind of strange position that not a lot of people know about. Typically, planners in small jurisdictions are jacks and jills of all trades. We do all kinds of stuff. In fact, when you talk to people why they got into planning, it's because they wanted to do a variety of things. I'll just do a quick list. We deal with zoning. We deal with development review, everything from a dwelling to a shopping center. We deal with land divisions, subdivisions. We deal with long-range planning, economics, housing, a variety of things. Planning related grants, some of which I talked to you about, floodplain administration for the city's citizens who have homes in floodplains and have loans on those. we have to abide by the National Flood Insurance Policy, which means you have certain regulations and someone to administer those. I get to be that person. Historic preservation is something we do, agency coordination, including the things that we are obligated to do from other governments such as DEQ, FEMA, as I mentioned, with the flood stuff and stuff like that. I also help with GIS and cartographic services, address management, sign regulation, natural area preservation, economic development assistance. For example, our efforts with the Romana Group and the waterfront development commission support. And ultimately, less people just means less, you have a smaller net for your daily triage of tasks. Thank you.
Questions or comments?
Jacob.
What's your time is spent for those 2 grants you're going for?
Those grants were obtained by the previous planner. Fortunately, the city engineering division has taken over management of them. It would be impossible for me to do it. And I am regularly talking with engineering about it. I would say, I don't know, maybe 15% if I was just gonna spitball. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, so what I do. So is your time being cut? Have you been told that you're gonna be working like 4 days a week or 3 days a week or? have you
Well,
told-
we are aware of the 10% furlough. And so that's a reduction of 2 days a month. How that time is gonna be allocated, that's to be determined.
But you haven't been told if we adopt the budget of 200,000, which is what's being proposed, how that will affect you?
Other than the 10% furlough and loss of 2 days. Like I said, I don't know how that's gonna be allocated.
Okay, all right, and then. Well, it looks like the actual expense is 2425. That's. 2425 is 362,255. I think the other planner was gone then, right? I think, when did Jenny stop?
July, last July
July,
of last year. It's been less than like 1 calendar year.
July 2025, she's been gone. The projected actual. 261,800. So Gloria, the projected actual this year was Jacob and an assistant?
Not projected actual. So the planning department has
Looking
a
at 53 for
1/3.
53.
The planning department has the administrative assistant position, and it's 1/3 of that. On page 153.
I'm at 53 of 147, and I'm looking at CD planning department 17. So I see 261,800 is Jacob plus whatever
The
part of
the
another.
planning budget sheet is on page 75. So it's easier to read.
75. Oh,
So we adopted the budget for this fiscal year 25-26, assuming that at mid-year, we would hire another assistant planner and replace that position. That position has not been hired because of budget constraints.
was this keeping, are the wages anticipated, we're gonna keep Jacob? Or a planner?
The estimated fiscal year end is have it with just Jacob and a third of the administrative assistant. The proposed budget for next year includes the furloughs and the loss of the administrative assistant.
Admin assistant's gone and the furlough is 10%.
Yes.
So. Okay, and then, you know, I mean, I was just at a hearing 2 days ago where you were talking to the planning commission about whether a proposed conditional use permit was something that was allowed by the zoning, and you prepared that, and there's just one building in the city and one request. And I nodded his head yes, and then I see next week we have on calendar a proposal that vacate certain properties, and you've been involved in that too, right? Like a street vacation.
Yeah, the city planner has traditionally been the one who manages right-of-way vacation requests.
All right, and so you're being asked to do the job that you've been doing plus the admin work.
Well, I know that position's going away. I don't know if it's gonna be supplemented. That discussion hasn't occurred.
We're working on allocating staff into different areas in order to cover some of the deficiencies in staff. But that's still in process, and that's a management decision and a management process, and it doesn't affect the budget committee.
Well, yeah. Okay,
Any other questions for Jacob?
Jacob, thank you for all your hard work, your dedication. Great job.
Okay,
Any other questions?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Shauna.
So I'm Shauna Duggan. I'm the recreation manager here for the city. Just a little backstory. We've had as many as 6 FTE, where this year we operated with 2.5, and then this budget that's proposed has furloughs, then we go to 2. Some of our FTE have been shifted to the Community Enhancement Fund because we do receive grant money. And so we're able to keep them out of there because they are dedicated to a certain program that we have. I prepared like a little letter here. So at the end, I'm open to any questions you guys have. So thank you, chair members and the members of the budget committee, as well as the residents who joined us today. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about the realities of what recreation is facing right now and the impact these decisions will have on our community. When people think about recreation, they often think of things like basketball leagues, sports camps, or seasonal activities. Those programs are important and something that we do offer. But recreation in our community has become much more than that. Over the years, especially as a smaller community with limited resources, we have built deep partnerships and collaborative programs that support youth, families, schools, and working women. Even with our current budget, we already operate an incredibly large, impactful program for a program of our size in our community. That has only been possible because of the dedication of our staff, the strength of our community partnerships, and the countless hours contributed by volunteers. Our team consistently stretches every dollar, every grant, and every partnership to maximize the services we offer our residents. The proposed furloughs and staffing reductions will have impacts far beyond fewer activities on the schedule. Reduced staffing means fewer grant applications can be completed and managed, which directly reduces outside funding opportunities. Those grants are what allow us to provide the substantial programming that we do. It also affects what we're able to provide for families that are at free or reduced costs. The loss of our half-time staff member will also result in the closure of one of our paid after-school programs called SHARP that we've been operating since 2018. That program not only funds that position, but it also generates revenues that we can position towards other programs. Losing that position does not only simply reduce staffing, it removes an entire support structure that has helped sustain services for years. Residents will begin feeling these impacts almost immediately as soon as this summer. Last year, we were able to offer 14 summer camps for local youth. This year, we're predicting 3. And even those are possible because of different partnerships we have within the community. Sorry. The reduction is partly due to layoffs and furloughs and partly due to the loss of funding. Federal funding right now is up in the air for some things. Families will notice a difference, children will notice a difference, and working parents will notice a difference. Sorry. One of the most important things to understand is that our after-school programs are not only funded by the general fund, they aren't funded by the general fund. They're funded through grants and also paid programming through partnerships and volunteers. So beyond youth services, our programs also contribute directly to the local economy. We source supplies and services locally whenever possible. We are also the largest employer in Columbia County for our high school youth. We partner with the school district on credit recovery. We partner with them on CTE. A lot of those kids go on to be teachers, to work in early learning, or decide that they never want to work with kids again. But this is a great way to figure that out. We additionally provide a flexible part-time employment opportunities for residents who are trying to supplement household income. So a lot of stay-at-home moms work with us, stay-at-home dads, grandparents, or people that are just wanting to re-enter the workforce because they've been out of it and need to, start building their resume so they can go on to a different career. We also employ some of our teachers. And as you know, with the school district cuts, that's impacting them. We're able to supplement income that way. So when we talked about the impacts, there's certainly measurable outcomes: fewer programs, fewer camps, reduced staffing, reduced revenue, but there also are impacts that are harder to quantify. They show up in our working parents struggling to find affordable childcare. They show up in fewer safe places for youth after school. They show up in reduced opportunities for teenagers entering the workforce for the first time. And they show up in families who quietly lose support systems that they've built to rely on. These cuts will not simply just change our department. They will change the level of connection, support, and opportunity that residents experience throughout our community. So I just want to thank you all for showing up. I know that budgets can get confusing, and I know before I sat on this side of it, I've been with the city for over 15 years and started out in the utility billing department. So I have a lot of care and concern for the people who also are being laid off and stuff, and how I can help wrap around that. But yes, thank you for showing up. I'm looking forward to still giving my 100%, finding ways that we can collaborate and invest in our community every day. And that's all I'm talking.
Questions? Anna?
I do. I'm just a little bit better picture of, setting aside the other funding sources that are going to be able to keep programs. What exactly impacts do you see on the kind of programs that you are delivering for people that are going to go away if the proposed budget goes through as it stands now? Just kind of a better understanding.
So just for reference, in your guys' budget guide, the pages that you'll see that mostly impact our program are page 73 and page 89, I believe, and that's the recreation budget, and then also the community enhancement. I am the grant manager for the recreation, so I am consistently applying for grants, managing them. One of the grants we have for $1 million for 5 years, and it's $235,000 a year, and that's our program. And there's a lot of management that goes in that. I also get reimbursed for my time doing that, so that does come back to the general fund. So to answer your question, Steve, our after-school program that we call SHARP is a paid program that parents pay for their kids to go here. I see some of our parents in the audience actually, but that one would be, we would not have that one anymore. We just wouldn't be able to staff it without our 0.5 person to staff that program. I don't have capacity to go to that program and staff it. That's about $100,000 cut in revenue that we get. We're on target right now. Year to date, we're at $118,000 in revenue that we will be bringing in. So that will credit our budget of the $387,000 proposed year-end estimate. then we put on about a $75,000 reimbursement for the grant. So we generally impact the general fund a little under $100,000 each year. So that will change because of my capacity to be able to apply for grants and administer them and to make sure that I'm in compliance with what's going on. So I see at least $100,000 loss in revenue for this SHARP program.
What about like other programs that you said we had 14 summer camps and we're gonna go down to 3.
So
Is that
yeah.
because of these cuts or?
So partly, so the furloughs, that will be because I won't be able to plan and make sure that we have all of our planning and all of those things. And then also there was some grant funding that we normally get from the school district that wasn't successful, though I did get another opportunity today that I'll be talking about with the parties involved tomorrow that we will.
Is our funding gonna cause these summer camps to go away?
So no, so 0.5 person, we won't have, that's a person who plans it all. So that's why we can't, I don't have any capacity to plan summer programming right now. And especially with not knowing what was even going on with recreation, it's kind of late in the game right now to try to plan, full on summer programming. So I do have 3 that I've planned so far.
Are you over recreation too?
I'm just over recreation.
Okay, all right, sorry. That's right.
I used to for parks too, and the recreation got so big that we had to, but I am, yep.
Sean, I think it's important to point out as well, as far as it's a little easier to apply for the grants, but the administration of those grants so that you're not in default or violation, that is extremely cumbersome. So we can go out for as many grants as we want, but we also have to administrate them.
Yeah, I've been pretty successful. So I started the recreation program back in 2018. We didn't have anything before then. I've acquired almost $2 million in grants since we've gotten it, but it is, some of them are like, here's money, do what you want, just tell us how it went, pictures, but that's very far and few between. The one that I manage, that is the one through Oregon Department of Education, is almost a full-time job doing that. We have to account for every time the kids are with us, all the literacy that they do, the snacks that they have, all of the receipts, the staffing, training, all of that. So that's a big one. And so just making sure we're in compliance with all of that. So yeah, it definitely takes a lot to write grants and
You've
stuff.
done a phenomenal job with that program. It's a vital program that we have, and I think it's commendable that you basically funded your entire department off of grants and the administrating of that. You've done a great job with that.
Thank you. And I'm just concerned, with everything that's going on with the library and the school districts. I've been trying to wrap around the library and, the days that they're closed to have open community center hours. And the kids do have some space to be, right? Because when we cut everything, then that's when Matt's going to get them, hopefully not. But that's what our goal is to make sure we're creating a viable community. And our parents too. It's a childcare desert out here. So we see 100 kids after school every day. We have 100 kids. We don't have 100 openings in childcare out here.
Could you clarify, you mentioned that you already received a grant. So what happens to that grant if you're unable to use the grant?
So the grant programs, that's what we're focusing on. So we'll shutter kind of everything else and just really focus on the grant stuff.
And the grant you have will cover those 3 camps?
The grant that I have is not for summer. The grant that I have will cover our RISE after school programs in the fall time.
Okay, so you're able to maintain that grant because you already have it. So
Yeah.
I was just curious if losing that grant was at risk.
Yeah, if we didn't have a program, it would be very much at risk.
Right.
And that's a grant that, hundreds of school districts and I partner with the school district a lot. So that's why I say that. It's a grant from Oregon Department of Education to the school district, but then we manage it all from there because they just don't have the capacity and stuff too. So that's where we really wrap around and see who are nonprofits and who can do what and what's already being done and how can we all sprinkle in to create a full holistic program with just little bits from each agency.
Year are we in
We're getting ready to go in year 4.
It's a
5-year grant. And I just met with them today and they're very impressed of what we've been able to do in that very small time. Because a lot of those grantees have been grantees for the past 20, 25 years. And this is our first time we've gotten it. So it's pretty awesome to go and see and have the kiddos in it and stuff.
So it's up in 5 years. So if you do a really great job, then you can reapply and.
You can keep reapplying. It's just a matter of the funding is there. But, and I am working on sustainability plans if we didn't get the funding, what that could look like too. So that's a lot of the other back work is you might not see a program for it, but behind the scenes, we're trying to create, because programming, takes a little bit to create, and especially when you have kids in your care without their adults, there's a lot of safety plans that go into place, a lot of emergency things, a lot of really back end things that people don't see. And I handle all of that. I'm kind of like the secretary at the schools, the superintendent at the school, all the things. So if the kid's sick or, I handle behavior stuff. And then I also run a basketball league in the winter of about 300 kids. And yeah, so.
Is that in danger to go away?
I mean, when you're talking about 2 less days a month with me and my one staff that's remaining, it's going to be really difficult to pull off, but it's something that is a priority to me to keep going. So yes, I mean, the answer is yes, but it is on the priorities that I have for the things that I'm going to make sure are happening. So it's probably like my number 4 list of 1,400 or something.
You mentioned, Sean, a partnership with the school district. Can you touch on some of the contributions of the school district?
Yeah, so when the rec program was first started in 2018, it was a partnership with the school district because they wanted to do more and they couldn't do it all and we couldn't do it all. And so we get to use their facilities for free, which is huge. So, when I run the basketball league, when I do the after school programs, they also do all like the HR stuff for us. So like all the background checks. A lot of our high schoolers will go to work when they graduate, they'll go to work for the school district, which is really awesome. They also pay for the busing for the programs. And so we kind of braid in different funds because they have some funds that are for busing. And then they also get a really deep discount for busing that we wouldn't qualify for being a government agency and not a school district. We go to some of their trainings, we get access to some of their training materials and sign-ons. Yeah, so and then some of their teachers work for us after school. So they bring in like their lesson plans and just their experience and stuff so that we don't have to hire teachers. We have them already. And the nice thing about the RISE program is it's 300 hours a year that the kids get an additional infusion of like literacy and social emotional learning. The police come out and teach a crosswalk safety class. We teach, internet safety, like all of those things to the kids so they get just that extra infusion of caring adults in their lives.
Could you touch briefly on facility needs? So mainly how much the community center is used, what it's used for, and then also if you utilize the rec center at all?
Yeah. So the rec center right now, we don't utilize much. We have some other partners here. The police use it a little bit for some of the things that they do, right? Yeah. And just staffing wise, we don't have a lot of staffing that can go over there. And then the community center, there's something going on every day. We have a lot of rentals. Like I have one rental that comes out and teaches like Medicaid training and pays us $500 a day to use the center. So we're bringing in income from that. We rent it out. Folks with developmental and intellectual disabilities, we have a really great partnership with Northwest Advocate Access. Where you work, CCMH, right? And yeah, so where do you work? Yeah, so a lot of different agencies, and then we also have a really big skin in the game for early learning. So we have a play group that meets there Monday through Wednesday, and they pay like $3 to come do a drop-in play situation. And then we'll have services there for them, like early childhood intervention, SNAP benefits, resumes, work source, like things where people can get in touch with other community resources. Art Guild meets there. So yeah, every day there's usually at least one thing that's happening there. And then during the summer, we'll have even more time.
far as direct grants, who are your two largest funders or sources?
Oregon Department of Education is our biggest one. And then we've gotten funding in the past from Oregon Community Foundation, Ford Family Foundation. We have a contract with Northwest ESD that we do a lot of things for. So those are our biggest ones that we have. And then we just got some through the Arts and Cultural Coalition. So I apply for everything. And, you know, I've been around for so long that people reach out to me and say, hey, Shauna, you should apply for this. We want to fund you again because of the program that you've put up.
Other questions or comments, Shauna?
It's a great program and I think that to it all would hurt a lot of families that are definitely in need of this program.
Which program would that be?
On this recreation program, the Rise Sharp. Even the building rental itself, when she provides their building rentals to people. It's.
So you use it,
I use it, yes.
and then you see other people.
See a lot of other people use it.
Great.
I'm very
I use
familiar with
Okay.
people that use it.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Shauna.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Suzanne?
Very confused. Yes.
Suzanne Bishop, I'm the library director. Just actually would like to start with an apology. Page 33 has some of our is the performance measures, and then those numbers are out of date. The FY 25 are not accurate. So I'm gonna throw some figures at you right now. It's not gonna fill in all of those gaps, but it'll give you a good sense, I think, of how we serve the community and at what capacity. Provide more information, I'd be happy to provide that.
I had highlighted all those, they didn't look.
Yeah, I know. I looked at those and thought, wait a minute, we had a summer library program. So in 2025, we had 49,400 visits to Columbia Center, which is the building that the library resides in. That building was built in 1996 and it is in great shape. It is aging. We replaced two $15,000 furnaces last year and we'll probably be replacing a couple more in the next 24 months, it sounds like. We were open 2,487 hours. That's Monday through Saturday in FY 20, excuse me. Of those 49,000, we had 38,050 visits in the library. The library was open just a little bit less time. The hallways open in the morning before we get the library open itself. So we were open for 2,337 hours. We own or did at that time 41,656 items. That's audiobooks and DVDs and what we call the library of things like mobile hotspots and air fryers and STEM games and hand tools and 200 plus different kinds of items. We lent out 68,826 items in 2025. So you can see that those items are well used. We provide 10 online resources. Some of those are partially funded thanks to federal grant that's passed through the State Library of Oregon onto public libraries around the state. We have 7 public computers, which are used quite a bit. Those computers are available for anyone. Any of the services that we provide, except borrowing items, is free. I mean, that's one of the central tenets of being a public library is that is access for everyone. And that's one of our core values. So anyway, you can come and use those public computers and people do. And we see an increase in the number of people that are using those computers. As the economy changes, we see more and more people coming. They're looking for jobs. They're applying for jobs. They need to fill out a form that they need to sign and then send off. So they're getting help for that. We have folks coming in that don't know how to access their email and need our help doing that. Sometimes that's, we show you the library pass and we walk you over to the computer and hand it over to you and you do your thing. Sometimes that's 10 or 15 minutes of helping somebody get through something. One of our staff members was telling me recently that there was a mom who came in, her mother has dementia. Her mother was in danger of losing her house because she hadn't been paying her mortgage because she just wasn't able to remember. So one of our staff members spent about a half an hour with this woman, helping her get access to those records and set up an auto pay so that her mother was, her housing was secure. And top of that, just is struggling. Sometimes we just, we're just there to hold hands and most of us. It's one of those things you don't see when you think about public libraries, but it is an essential part of who we are. How we serve the community. Of course, we do adult programming. We have a really popular adults and crafts program, which is once a month. We have around 15 people that come once a month. We do have a couple of people who've come and said, I come here because I need that social connection. And this is the way that I can make a social connection. I'm lonely. My life has changed. I've just moved here. I need to make a connection with folks, and they'll come to that adults and crafts program. Same with our book club, our monthly book club. Sadly, that's one of the things that's going to have to go by the wayside with our new budget, because the library assistant who runs that program is one of the people that's been laid off. We have a healthy genealogy program. We've just put on hiatus our what's called the genealogist bi-monthly program. And again, that's because we just want to have the staffing capacity to be able to keep that going. In 2025, we had about 1,700 kiddos and grownups attend our youth programming. That's weekly baby lap sit. That's toddler story times, pre-K story times, TAB, which I'll tell you about in a minute, our teen program, Makerspace, STEAM programs, and then Jana Weir-Smart, our youth Makerspace librarian, does quite a bit of outreach to schools. She's been doing some great classroom story time visits. And she has there's a program at the high school where they work with pre-K kids. And so she's been working with them on that program too. And then she visits Head Start once a month as well. Our Makerspace, of course, is one of the things that people really think about when they think about our library. Last year, we had 788 people use that building in the scheduled time. And that includes appointments that they might have made for various items. So we do have weekly 3-hour open hours times. Plus we do that once a month as well on Saturdays. We also do Jana does weekly appointments. So you can hop in there for half an hour and learn how to use the 3D printer or get started on a sewing project or learn how to use a solderer. We have an incredible collection of volunteers who are there with their expertise. We have one guy that just takes appointments whenever he's there for folks that need help with their laptops. We've had a fellow that's come in several times to get help getting his new laptop up and running so he can communicate with his grandkids. Excuse me. We also have volunteers that present programs and then assisting users in publication. We have in the past collaborated with the rec department on doing some summer camps in the Makerspace. We also collaborate with the PSU OMIC Fab Lab. Sarah there has been really great. Jana's been over there to do some programs with her. She's going to come over and do some programs during Summer Library Challenge this year with us, this year. In the Makerspace, we also twice a month do what we call Maker Kids STEAM programs. It's ages 6 to 12. She always has a program or a project for them to work on. And then, if you've been in the Makerspace, there's all kinds of cool stuff to do. So she can let them run wild to some extent if they have an interest in something else once they're finished with that. Once they're finished with that program. And then, of course, Jana's doing a lot of one-offs as well in their Makerspace. We have a lot of folks that are using, business owners are there creating products to sell and also prototyping various pieces and parts of items that they're working on. Our Summer Library Challenge is an 8-month program. Last year, we had 8 programs for adults and families and 8 programs for kiddos. Those were almost all what we call homegrown. So we created those programs and ran them. We're really proud of that program. It's a really popular part of our summer. You've probably all heard of summer reading programs. We have about 3 times as many folks coming in the building during the summer as we do the other times of the year. Last year, we're proud to say that there were 265,000 plus minutes read by grownups, teens, and kiddos. This year, our program is going to have to look different. It'll still be an 8-hour program, or excuse me, an 8-week program. We will still do 8 programs with adults and 8 programs with kiddos, but almost all of those are going to be what we call passive programming, lightly guided by us. So we'll put together a program. we'll put out the things. We're gonna do a chalk walk where kids are gonna do a little competition with chalk. Jana will be there. We'll have a volunteer there as well. It won't be a formal program. We just we won't have the capacity with 4 full-time staff and no part-time staff support. Excuse me. And then just a note about our volunteers. Last year, we had 43 volunteers on the rolls. That was a 35% increase over 2024. We have had at last time I talked with Dan about it, our library assistant who has run the program up until he will have done until he's laid off. He said that we have another 8 or 10 people that are either in the process. They go through a rigorous process, as you can imagine. Everyone does a background check, and we have some other things that we do in-house. And then, of course, we want to match them with something that we need help with, like shelving. We've just trained somebody to help clean our audiobooks and DVDs. We have folks that are repairing items. We do a lot to maintain items and keep them running for as long as we can and keep them useful for as long as they can. So the 1,474 hours that they logged last year was a value of $47,566. Those are things that we didn't have time to do. We wouldn't have been able to do, and we certainly couldn't have afforded hiring anybody to take those for us. Sorry, I've got a frog in my throat here. Last year, we worked closely with the county Author Alliance. They were recently established. They came to us and we worked with them to develop the Stories by the River Festival, which is their baby now. We also, in conjunction with that, created the Columbia County Authors Special Collection, which means we're now collecting donated and submitted items by local authors. We have a special place in the library for those. They're getting widely circulated. People are really pleased to see their own works there and also to see their neighbors' works and to just borrow things that are written by our local Columbia County authors. We have a wonderful seed exchange, which started out as some drawers in the next to the what am I trying to say? Microfilm, thank you. Right next to the microfilm machine. It's really grown. So it's not just donated seeds that people can come and pick up, although there are certainly people that are doing that. And we know that there are folks that are coming in that are needing to find new ways to feed their families. And one of the ways of doing that is by or taking those seeds. But the program is expanding. We have a fellow and his wife who's come in to get seeds. They're growing, all of the growing that they do, all that goes straight to the food bank and to members of their community that are in need. And we're seeing that kind of thing grow, as well as folks that are in need themselves that are coming to not only just to get the seeds, but we're seeing a growing interest in learning how to use the seeds, how we grow. So we're growing our non-fiction collection. We're doing a lot of interaction with folks when they come in the door and then connecting them with the master gardeners. OSU also has a master preservers class. So talking about helping the community with information in most traditional ways. They're just starting a program, a series they're going to do pickling and preserving. They're going to do canning. They're going to do pressure cooking, fermenting. It'll go through the summer, help people figure out what to do with their own produce and how to feed their families. We have a wonderful relationship with Columbia County Emergency Management, although sadly I understand that department is disappearing, and also with their public health department. One of the really important things that we do is act as a cooling center in the summertime. That's because we have staff that can be there to staff it. We don't know that we're going to be able to do that this year with our reduced staffing. We see 80+ people that come in every time we every time we have that cooling center open. And most of those folks come in after after the library would traditionally be closed. And I talked a little bit about, thank you. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Sean is good.
We talked about, excuse me, Janice, classroom activities, but she also does literacy nights. Actually, some of our library assistants, Jana, have been participating in those as well. I talked about the cooling center. We have a great relationship with small business. We're part of the Grow of Greater St. Helens program. We're on the navigators team, excuse me. We have a special collection for small business of print materials. We have a huge collection of digital magazines that folks use quite frequently. Everything from, how to start your business, how to write a grant proposal, how to, advance your career, et cetera, all kinds of stuff like that. And we have folks that are coming in, starting businesses that are using that information and also then able to make those connections with other members of the small business community to help support them and each other. So that's great. That's what we've done in 2025. We are going to be a very different library in 2026. As I mentioned already, our 4 full-time, part-time library assistants, 20 hours a week, have been laid off. 3 of them were, 3 were laid off. We had 1 position that was vacant that will not be filled. That leaves 4 very capable full-time staff members. Our children's and youth and makerspace librarian, our patron services librarian, our library technician, and me. The library technician is the person who takes all of that material that comes in the door and makes sure that it's properly cataloged, that it's where you can find it in the catalog, it's where you can find it on the shelf. She hands that stuff over to the volunteers. She manages a very robust volunteer program. So all of those items can be properly prepared. They need to be covered. They need to be stickered. They need to be have shelf label or spine labels on them. All of those things, she manages that. In addition, she does almost all of our adult. I've already talked a lot about what Jana does, that youth and makerspace that keeps her running. And she's very busy, and she and I often exchange texts in the middle of the night with different ideas of things that are running through her head or mine. Brenda is our patron services, and she does everything from in-depth research help to, I talked with her the other day about someone, she'd spent about an hour doing research for that person. It was something he wasn't able to find himself. She helped him with that. Of course, she did the interview with him and then collected the information and got back to him. She also does all of our back end website, IT. She's the one that manages our databases and all of those things. So, and she's right behind the desk, so she steps in when she's needed. She has been with the library for 20+ years. So if there's anybody that's going to know the answer to a question, it's going to be Brenda. So the result of the furloughs, which is 10% of each of our full-time staff, plus laying off of our part-time assistants, will result in 384 fewer service hours per month. So that's number of hours that we can be at the desk. We have been until last month open 6 days a week. We were open Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and then on Saturday. That was Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday were 10 to 7, and then Thursday 10 to 7, Friday 10 to 5, and Saturday 10 to 2. Because we were already really stretched without that 4th library assistant, we pulled back. I had us pull back. We're now not open on Thursdays. And that's so that we have the capacity as full-time staff to catch up with all the things that we need to do, because we were spending a lot of time at the desk. We love that work. It's really essential. It's who you see when you come to the library. It's the person who's there helping you find a book or checking you out or getting you a library card. There's a myriad of things you do. But that obviously pulls away from our ability to do our very full-time jobs. Because of this change, we're gonna pull back another day. So we'll be open on Mondays and Tuesdays from 10 to 7, open on Fridays from 10 to 5, and on Saturdays from 10 to 2. That will give our full-time staff some time at the desk. We'll do our best to serve our patrons while we're there, and also a couple of days closed so that we can get the rest of our full-time, all of the other things that we can possibly manage. But it is going to have a profound effect on our community. There's a few things that I just want to offer as examples. So we will purchase fewer new items because our budget for that part of our budget has been reduced about 24, most of them about 24%. So fewer new items to check out, not only because we won't be purchasing more, but because
Nicole won't have the capacity. We'll still have our wonderful volunteers and we're really grateful for them and they're gonna stick with us, but still has to have the time to be able to process those items. We're gonna have to have fewer hours in the main space. We're talking about just 1 day a week instead of 2. Not sure what we're gonna do about that Saturday yet, but probably will not be open the makerspace. We have been doing 2 story times a week. We'll be down to 1 story time a week. And that'll be a family story time. I can tell you that as a former children's librarian, it is incredibly moving and important to see those moms and dads and grandmas and grandpas with those babies on their laps on Wednesdays from 11 to 11:30, and then they stay until 12:15. And I've always said it is really important for those kiddos to get the rhythm and to learn the early literacy stuff. But equally as important is those grownups talking to each other. You know, I've seen people make best friends. I've seen people share resources that they wouldn't have otherwise known. I've just seen people say, I met a young woman the other day who said, I just don't have friends that have kids yet. And there isn't another place I know to go where I can spend time with kids, people who have babies like me. Excuse me. We talked about fewer classroom visits. All of our outreach, the stuff that we do with our community partners, as well as the kind of more traditional outreach, is going to be greatly curtailed. We have a wonderful local history special collection, which Brenda, our patron services librarian, that's her baby. We have had scheduled time in that room for people and appointments, and you know, we're not going to be able to do very much, if any of that. That collection will still be available for folks to borrow from, but it won't be, we won't be able to staff it. I mentioned Brenda's in-depth research support. That's something that is of great value to the community. There may be just a few folks out there, maybe just 1 or 2 a week, but it does have a deep meaning to those folks, and she's just not going to have the capacity to do that. There'll be longer wait times at the desk. I mean, the bottom line is there's going to be 1 person at the desk at a time instead of 2. We'll always be there to back each other up, but you know, we're trying to do 1.5 jobs each with 0.9 person. Promoting events, of course. Last time doing that one-on-one help, I was telling you about the woman who was trying to help her mom. That's just not going to be possible. We won't be able to spend that time with that person or with people that have those kinds of needs. That's really heartbreaking to us, because it is the folks that come to use those public computers. They're not there because they just don't feel like doing their work on their laptop at home. They're there because they need our help. They're there because they need a printer. They're there because they need a computer. They're not just there for, you know, they're there because they really need our help. I mentioned community partnerships, and then the cooling center. We will still be a cooling location, but what that means is we'll just let people know that when we're open, you can come and hang out at the library or in the building. We've already cut our library board meetings back to half. Dan, one of our wonderful library assistants, has been the board secretary, and with his departure, I'll be taking on those duties. Won't do as well as he did, but I'll do my best. Our website, you know, it's a really robust website. It's just going to have to wait for some of, you know, for our updates. They're just not going to get done as quickly. Summer Library Challenge I already mentioned, and then I guess I just want to leave you with this. It's always challenging to think about, how do I demonstrate to you the value and importance of a place like this, which is not a police officer. It's not an after school program. It's not a tangible thing. It's not a building permit. It's not any of those things, but it is an incredibly powerful and important and profound space for people to be safe, for people to feel safe, for people to learn from each other, learn from us. It is really, you know, we throw this around, we're the living room of the community. And I don't mean that lightly either. We are a space that's safe and important for our community.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Yeah.
Questions or comments? Steve, you have one.
You know, looking at the library budget at page 67 of 147. And then I'm looking at the actual expenses of wages. So what I'm looking at is a discussion among the committee to reestablish the funding to the level that it has been. I understand that very recently you received notice of the cuts, correct?
Correct. It's been-
Okay. So, in this committee, we could talk about, okay, let's restore the funding back to the library. And make sure it sticks. And so what I'm trying to do is I'm looking at actual expenses of 404,000. So we look at page 67 of 147. It's 638,526 and 587,444. Actual expenses 2024. We had a $40,000 less, $50,000 less in expenses actual in 2025. So, and then you're being asked to reduce to 502.
Yeah.
Thousand.
Personnel, yeah.
So if we restore it to 587,444, is that gonna get you where you need to go?
The answer is
So Steve, if I may, I believe Gloria already did an exercise based on my question and request on actually restoring the library and recreation in the general fund.
Oh.
So
Yeah,
maybe that would be helpful.
It's
Maybe
in
that
the
would be,
slides after.
yeah, maybe it'd be helpful, but that was a part of my questions that ended up in some information.
So.
Okay.
it's in the-
So we already have those questions answered by finance.
Well, yeah,
Okay,
we'll
and
go
then
over those.
does that include? It looks like the head count got lowered from 6 to 4. Would that include putting the head count back to 6?
So I did add back the layoffs and part of the part-time staff. And the furloughs of the full-time staff in the library and recreation. It would cost basically about 239,000.
And that's the 239,000.
That would be recreation and library.
Oh, okay, but do we have them broken out? Cause I want to discuss each department. 239,000. All right,
That's in
so,
total. Both.
okay, okay, all right. So then, and then is that just services or does that count materials too? Because one's personnel and those materials.
I just counted personnel because there was no reductions in materials,
The
proposed budget.
looked like in library, we're proposing to reduce by 50,000.
That didn't have impact on
I think it's the personnel we're really looking for.
exactly. It's the personnel that is providing the services.
Okay,
Gloria, real quick, you're talking about restoring both library and
And recreation, yes.
that restores head count too, because
That's what it restores, yes.
okay, so we got a half a person down on rec and 2 down on library.
Right. And the furloughs. So the head count isn't accounting for the furloughs.
Help me understand that real quick.
So,
I don't, maybe we should wait because I don't have any other,
okay,
these are Gloria questions. Help me understand later.
Too, Steve.
any other comments or?
Necessarily, we might have questions of her that we don't know that you're about to answer because you didn't tell us. So this, what she
Her
just
answer.
said, but I haven't heard it yet.
Right, yeah, but
So what you're saying is that a month or two ago, 3 positions were cut? Is that what I'm understanding? Or 2?
So two FTEs, 4 positions. 3, so there were 4 library assistants, 1 vacant position, and the other 3 were laid off.
But the 3
Excuse me, the other.
filled 20-hour part-timers, right? Correct? 3?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. And that was what got cut a month or two ago.
Correct. As well as the furloughs for the full-time staff.
And when was yours cut?
So it was all done in right? Yeah. It all.
Everything's
So you're
done the
saying
same
that
time
you
and
guys
it's
are
implemented on the
back
20th.
what you did a month or two ago is what you're saying.
Well, no, but
It's implemented on the
Discuss it.
1st of June, so it's not implemented yet. Those people are not laid off yet. They're still working. And the
Because last
furloughs
meeting I
have
was
not
here,
started yet.
We didn't even know the date. John didn't even know the date when this happened. You said it already been done and the budget committee didn't have you saying it.
Well, what they were talking about was when it was discussed with council. That was
You
the
said it was
date that
already
they were
done, I
talking.
thought.
well, we're beyond
They
that.
they were talking about the date that it was talked to with council about. That's the date that they were discussing last week.
So the decision is up to budget committee whether or not they lose
No.
these.
No. However, the budget committee can adjust allocations in order to restore those.
So if we do not adjust, then they lose the position. That's what I'm trying
Correct.
to get to.
Correct.
Questions or comments for Suzanne?
I want to say great job, Suzanne. Like always, you're prepared, in-depth information. Appreciate it. All the great work you do.
One more question.
Yeah.
And you probably can't necessarily share how much they were paid, but on average, the 20-hour part-timers, what about did they average a year in pay?
You can answer that question. I'm embarrassed to say.
Jen might be able to answer that.
Jen can help with that.
We can look in the salary schedule and see.
Is it close to minimum wage, a couple dollars
Yeah.
above minimum wage, so around $18 an hour? Thank you.
Thanks, Jen.
Spot.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you very
Suzanne.
much. No problem.
Should we take a break or something?
We do have Mohammed available. He's online, but maybe I think we've already gone over 2 hours now, so let's take a break if we,
Okay, we'll do a 10-minute break.
and then we'll.
Brits, that was really good.
Gonna be.
Should we get back to it?
I think I hardly think about like.
Here you go, Lou. Feel official now. Let's get back to it. So we have Mohammed with Public Works. He's on Zoom.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
It started early, Lou.
Yeah.
Mohammed, hello.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm sorry I could not meet with you in person today. I was hoping to make it, but unfortunately, due to a family need, I'm joining through Zoom. So thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and Budget Committee. And just, a note, last year, you guys did the same thing except to me. You made me wait until the very last. And now, after the break, I'm here for you. So with that said, I hope I don't want to go through a detailed deep down. Now the time is late. We've had great presentations from department heads. I'll give you kind of a quick run around on Public Works, where we are with our budget, what are the priorities, and so forth. So as you probably know, Public Works is the largest department in the city with a very complicated budget. We oversee a wide range of essential services for the city through 5 different divisions, each responsible for major infrastructure improvement and maintenance and operational for the city citywide. Our engineering division, for instance, is responsible for the planning and designing of the management of capital improvement projects, the road constructions, utility systems, project management of major capital projects. A great example I can share with you, obviously, is the largest project in our city's history we recently accomplished on the waterfront. So that's consistent from our team, which is currently at 2 full-time FTE, including myself, working as the engineer with the team. We have, just like every other department in that city, struggled through the budget shortages, and it does affect us in different ways, especially towards accomplishing the city maintenance and capital improvement projects on that front. Our operation division handles the day-to-day maintenance and repairs of all the public infrastructure, including the streets, stormwater systems, public right-of-way. Our crew responds to service requests and routine maintenance and urgent issues throughout the year. Our water quality division consists of 2 major ones as well, the water filtration and the wastewater treatment, responsible for ensuring a safe drinking water for all our citizens and maintaining the standards of the water treated and compliance with all the environmental and the state conditions. Our information technology, again, it's part of the general fund. It's one of the departments that unfortunately also is impacted. Since last year, with 1 FTE only, we have lost a full-time FTE that was funded and is no longer available. We do support the entire city operation through the management of technology systems, data infrastructure, communication tools, including all the network systems for all departments and so forth. And last but not least, our Parks division consists of 3 FTEs. They are in the general fund. Our Parks division has been slightly impacted from the material services side. That's, again, we are managing 13 citywide parks that requires a lot of maintenance for the ground and support for the community events and special use permits and landscapings and playground upkeeps and etc. So it's been tough in the past year. However, we are maintaining a high level of service as we have always been, and we continue to do our very best with the resources we have. This specific years, we are about to embark on another major capital improvement projects. One of them would be the sewer capacity design and construction. We are pretty much done with the RFP process, and next week, actually, the schedule of bid opening for that project. And once that kicks in full gear, it's going to be a big one for the city that will require a lot of resources to tackle. Now, we have taken a very innovative approach to this project. Our engineering manager and our team from the engineering department have really invested excellent amount of efforts to find ways to save the city costs on these projects. And we have done this approach for almost every single project that we do. However, in this specific one for the inspection services of these projects, we have reduced the cost from roughly $850,000 for the 2 years of this specific project to $140K per year to manage that, which I think was a very successful approach. Again, given those budget constraints, we constantly looking onward for the citizens, taxpayers, and we always try to find ways to support the city in every department by reducing the burden on the budget overall. Other big projects that we are embarking on, again, is the water reservoir, 5 million gallons design and acquiring of a land. And this project is essential for the city. And those are one of those $20+ million projects that are very crucial for the future of the city. Other local or kind of smaller projects we are tackling within the department itself is the wastewater treatment SCADA system upgrade. This is an important system that maintains the water treatment levels and compliance with the state. And another one is the water filtration rack replacement. We have successfully implemented those two projects, the wastewater rack replacement last year and the year prior through the capital program, and it's on a maintenance schedule. Now we are going with the third module, and we would have one left that will conclude all our system improvement. And last but not least, I'd like to speak a little bit on the challenges that we face when it comes to the budget. For instance, we have our street funds, right? This is one of those funds that rely heavily on the state gas tax and STBG fund that comes from state ODOT. Currently, you see it probably in this specific one is at $70,000, which doesn't really give us a lot of room for doing much of a paving of our city streets. We have several streets of the city that requires attention, and those can be classified from the arterial ones like a Gable Road, or a collector street like the Oregon Street from the north end to the south end of Deer Island. Other local smaller streets like Tualatin Streets and Wonderly Drive. These have been on our list to do for over 2 years now, but due to these budget impacts and low tax rate and grants that are coming from the state, it's been really difficult to maintain. So with that said, again, I would like to give everyone an opportunity really to ask questions, and I can help answer rather than dig more into the projects and technical stuff that you have already kind of reviewed on your budget.
Questions for Mohammed?
How many yards of or miles of streets have we repaved for maintenance purposes in the last 3 years?
In the last 3 years, we have maintained several miles of street paving. However, since 2022, really some of the major ones, Mr. Toski, that we were not able to accomplish is due to the street fund specifically being super low, that we are only doing pavement of super minor streets that require immediate attentions and some striping, which we do every single year around summertime. And those runs about roughly of the $70K cost. We do have a list that would require a minimum of potentially $500,000 to go through over at least 5 of them that we would like to get done if those funding mechanisms improve. Having said that, the gas prices now is a crisis and going up, but there is a silver lining there. Maybe that will bring us some more gas revenues through that process temporarily.
Questions?
Thank you, Mohammed. Great
Thank you,
job.
Mohammed.
You are very welcome. Thank you, Mayor, and everyone.
So for the last department head statement is for finance. And our finance department, we are laying off one administrative building specialist that will impact our utility billing, and it will have ramifications through the rest of our department. In that we'll have Jen and Jamie taking up some of the you know, some of the things that have to be done. We will have to reorganize a bit. The auditor has the last 2 years made a comment in his letter to governance that we are already short-staffed, and to ensure internal controls and essential things happen within the accounting part of the city, we are already short, so we're going to be even more short. So we're the 4 of us that are remaining in finance will be also on furloughs. So that will be 8 hours every 2 weeks or 4 hours every week, however we determine to work that out. We will have to combine the front office of planning and building and administration, and our office over where we do have our billing utility staff and municipal court staff in the front. So those will have to be reorganized a bit. Some of the planning services we believe will have to be, or planning and building appointment will have to be by appointment. So we'll have to reduce walk-ins. We'll have to reduce walk-ins for utility billing payments. Various services like that will have to be reduced. So there you have it.
Questions or comments?
I want to comment. I'm concerned that the auditor says that we are at increased risk of potentially financial. I'm not sure exactly what he means, but he says it. What was the exact word?
It's internal controls, and it's because we'll have fewer people doing jobs. So for accounting purposes and internal controls, it's better to have several people doing tasks that are not in the same vein. So for instance, in utility billing, in the utility department, we have people taking cash, taking payments and entering those payments into the system. Currently, we're able to have another staff member do the deposits. They'll run the reports, make sure that everything balances to what was entered into the system, and they do those deposits. And then we have another person that'll do the bank reconciliations. So these things are meant to prevent theft and fraud, basically.
Yes. So just as a business owner, there are many safeguards that we put into place in our accounts receivable, accounts payable to avoid these kinds of situations. And the auditor has, so I think this is a valid concern. And I'm going to make the observation that we have a lot of departments that are down to not just the skin and bone, the bone. And yeah, when part of loss prevention is creating an environment to prevent it. Because if you have a situation where people can take advantage, not that any of our people would, of course not, but that's something that can make you go to sleep at night knowing that we have the safeguards in place to prevent it, because there's somebody checking. Nobody can write a check to like their cousin's business or their fake business, or they're gonna have fake income come in, or they're gonna register a payment in the system when it really wasn't there, because nobody's checking on the other side to make sure the bank accounts are reconciling. I mean, these are these are realistic things that are set up to prevent multi-million-dollar losses to the government. And you just need to type in a few movies, and there's a few movies, how the lack of checks and balances have resulted in catastrophic losses for government. So I don't know. So are you saying that because of these cuts that we're going to be that, or are we almost there, or where are we at here?
Well, we'll reorganize and cover, the essential stuff. We are still able to separate different tasks enough that our internal controls are sufficient. The things that will be impactful is how much time we can spend with our doors open and helping customers over the counter, things like that. Those are the things that are gonna be.
Believe me, then those things are going to suffer.
And the other thing that's going to suffer is the finance department does a lot of grant management. Each of the departments do some of their grant management, but not all of it. It's up to the finance department to make sure that all of that grant management is done completely and in compliance with the grant award, especially federal grants.
I don't know if any of you read the materials that I sent to Gloria for you to get. But you saw a public records request based on a vendor that we have that, I don't know, there's a couple thousand transactions that are in one spreadsheet on one vendor. So there's a lot of finances with the city and a lot of money going in and out that's being kept track of and accurately. So and so what would be the impact on the grant management that we might, I mean, I don't want to lose any grants, but I'm
Like I said before, our departments do a really good job of the basic grant management. The engineering manager is doing a great job managing the big grant for the sewer projects. So is all I have to provide is some oversight for that to make sure that all of the reporting is done correctly and being done. There's other grants that there's for the Central Waterfront project, for instance. It's a FEMA grant, and so it takes a lot more of my attention and hand holding as far as making sure that the reports are done and making sure that FEMA is giving us the funds that they have committed to. So it will reduce my time to be able to do that and do all of that follow-up stuff.
Thank you. I have another question.
Any other questions or comments for Gloria?
Just thank you to the staff, all your hard work and putting all this together.
Okay. Gloria, you want to review questions and answers that were submitted to you from us in the last week? And we'll have a copy of those.
Yeah, let's go with the last week. I think I sent some questions a while back that
Want to skip those? And
20th is an interesting question. That was one of people might, that's on the second page, starts April 20th.
okay, we'll start there. So how much approximately did the city miss out on SDCs due to the broadleaf development? And so the answer is the broadleaf development paid all of their SDCs in full. There was no credits. The next question was, can you please show? Oh, okay. can you please show the increases in the SDC over the last 7 years and the proposal for further increases? So there's a chart there that shows that Mohammed provided, showing when the increases were done and by how much. This year will be the first time the SDCs have been increased since 2022. In 2022, that was the first time in the last 7 years. So they don't get updated very often.
You may not know the answer, but that $14,000 number, what does that mean? Is that all of them, or is that,
14, no.
on what?
So that's just for water,
I see.
water SDC. So each column is for each of the SDCs. We have 5 SDCs: parks, streets, storm, sewer, water. Okay, next. What would be the effect on the general fund if SDCs were not collected until after the property obtains a certificate of occupancy for new construction? What would be the effect on the particular funds in the enterprise fund? So there would be no effect on the general fund. System development charges are not collected in the general fund. The charging of and use of SDCs is restricted by state law. The city of St. Helens has 5 SDC funds. Each fund collects and accounts for the specific SDC. For example, the street SDC fund, a self-balancing set of ledger accounts, collects street SDCs and can only be used for street projects that are specifically identified in the Transportation Master Plan as SDC eligible. Next question, please provide a graph regarding increases in general funds support services for each fund as the funds support the general fund over the last 10 years. So we did, I believe, 7 years. And that's attachment 1.
For 8 years.
Okay, yeah. You'll notice this year it is decreased.
Yes, I did notice that actually. By $700,000.
So next question, what is the current projection for the police exceeding their budget for this fiscal year? This is shown on page 65 of the proposed budget document. We project that the police budget will be over $421,900 for fiscal year 2026. And we are in preparation of a supplemental budget. That will go before council on the June meeting. Revenues in general fund. What are the sources of the projected revenues into the general fund such that ending fund balance is projected to increase by 2029 to $2,180,603? The answer, there are no specific revenue sources that make up the forecasted increase in ending fund balance. The ending fund balance is comprised of the beginning fund balance, which was the ending fund balance of the prior year, plus revenues and less expenditures. So attached is the revenue forecast, which is attachment 2. But the revenue forecast will not explain an ending fund balance. Next question, what is the source for the proposed ending fund balance for the general fund of $1,122,166? So this is basically answered in this prior question. Why is the ending fund balance on the water fund going to fall $1,700,000 for 2027, excuse me? And what are the sources for the expected rise in the water fund over the next years? The answer is, it is assumed that we will use Start. It is assumed that we will use reserves to purchase the property for the new $5 million gallon reservoir project in this next fiscal year. The forecast assumes repeat loan proceeds in fiscal year 2028 and 2029. Rate increases according to the 2025 rate study and project expenditures. Attached is the water fund forecast. So I attached the water fund forecast in full. You only really see the graph in the budget document. Assuming $20 million of new property value in the urban area, what is the amount of taxes from that the city will realize? How does that differ from the normal tax rate? So assuming approximate current tax rate for the St. Helens urban renewal is 12.61 right currently, $12.61 per thousand of assessed value. The amount of revenue that would be collected by the urban renewal would be $252,200. The city's permanent rate is $1.90.78 per 1,000 of assessed value. $20 million assessed value property would raise $38,156. What does the debt for the $17,500,000 needing to be paid? What are the payments due? So I don't know what debt you were referring to on that.
It's into urban renewal from the development on the waterfront. I thought we had a $17.5 million.
Okay,
That we were
I
gonna
don't
have
know.
That was gonna come
Okay,
up.
I don't know if that's going to be in this, but on page 132, it said debt schedule.
I don't think that debt's online yet. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, so I didn't know what you was referring to on that one, so
Right.
I may not have that answer.
Take that for the 28th.
Okay, so I'll get back to that question for our next meeting. What are the payments that will be due on the debt proposed to be incurred for the sewer and water projects? So we will not have a permanent schedule until after the sewer projects are completed and the loan is closed. This is because it's a drawdown type loan. So as expenses are made, then we submit for reimbursement of those expenses. So we won't know exactly what the loan amount in the end will be, and we do not have a schedule. For the water projects, the funding is still in progress and we are analyzing our funding options. So we don't even have anything close to what that would be amortized at.
They're on our sheet for, while we're doing question and answer, they're on our sheet for future capital improvement projects. So
yes,
looking at 25 million potentially for sewer of debt for sewer projects and I think 13 million for the water.
that's about right.
Okay. Thank
Why are you assuming 366,000 starting general fund balance? Should it be closer to zero? The answer is no. The beginning fund balance is the ending fund balance of the prior year. So we're estimating that at the end of fiscal year 2026, the ending fund balance of 366,000, which becomes the beginning fund balance for fiscal year 2027. I know that's confusing, but
Is that a matter of timing when you receive funds?
Yes.
Yeah.
it's a matter of timing of everything by the end of the fiscal year. So it would depend on the timing of accounts payable, receipts, and so a number of things.
I was just checking that, because we're assuming a 366,000 on the proposed rep resources, so that just was double checking that.
Yes. An additional $1 million is being drawn from the enterprise funds to a total of $7.9 million. At what point does using the enterprise funds to fund the general fund cross financial and legal lines for misuse of the funds? So it is unknown where you derived the 7.9 from the enterprise funds. The amounts that the general fund charges for internal services are supported with allocation calculations. These are industry standards used by the majority of cities nationwide. State and federal funding agencies and bond investors review these closely to determine the legalities. The general fund support services fee is charged to operating and special revenue funds that utilize the administrative services of the general fund. For instance, water, sewer, and storm use approximately 90% of the administrative billing specialist's time from the finance division. That's just one example. We have to pay Mr. Wygant's estate for the property at 1771 Columbia. What is the number? The payment for the property is due in September, which is 180 days following his death. The amount due is $1,250,000. Where is that in the budget? Where are the payments to Wayne's estate? These are budgeted and accounted for in the Public Safety Facility Fund, which is page 92 of the proposed budget document. Would you like to look at that?
You can keep going.
Okay,
I'll look.
all right.
My questions. Thank you.
Please confirm that we are spending sewer and water fees to fund the general fund and that we are proposing to fund sewer and water infrastructure projects with debt. Please explain this. So as explained in the earlier question, the amounts that the general fund charges for internal services are supported with allocation calculations, all the rest of it. Large infrastructure projects are often supported by the issuance of debt. There are very few communities in the nation that can pay cash for these projects. The utilization of debt allows for the cost of the project to be paid over time and generally provides for less impactful user fee increases when growth is factored in. In other words, more customers provides more coverage for the debt payments.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So getting back to the question on the 1771 purchase, is that 1,250,000? Is that in the part of the capital outlay of 10 million?
Yes.
Thank you.
Who submitted the suggestion of changing the police budgeting to a separate fund? When was that suggestion made? The suggestion was made by Mayor Massick during a meeting with the city administrator, finance director, police chief, and police lieutenant. In my opinion, it is a good solution to a mounting problem of funding the police. This makes the process as transparent as possible. This informs us of how much we'll need to be cut from the police budget if the fee doesn't pass now or in November. This also gives the budget committee the information of how much adjustment would be needed to avoid the layoffs of the part-time staff at the library and recreation, et cetera, et cetera. Who exactly was involved in the decision to attempt to include it in the budget? It was ultimately the decision of the finance director in consultation with the administrator and police chief. The establishment of the new fund could have been done at any time by the council and ahead of the budget committee meeting. But we chose to have it as an option for the committee to review. Why were the details of the new proposed fund left out of the proposed budget? The option was not left out of the proposed budget. It is proposed as an option or opportunity for the committee to consider, not unlike the options that were provided during the fiscal year 2025 and 2026 proposed budget meetings. Why was reference to this new proposed fund left as a sentence that if the levy does not pass, etc.? I'm perplexed by all these whys. So attached is a copy of an email from the Department of Revenue confirming that providing the budget committee with an alternate proposed budget is appropriate. Attachment 4.
Just to make a note, I feel like your answer.
Thank you. Should we reopen the Millard Road property for sale? Has the city been paid for the Millard Road property? So this is a long answer to that. It is not a matter of reopening the property for sale. The city council approved a resolution number 2014 on June 19th, 2024, which declared the city-owned property, Millard Road property surplus, and identifies OHM Equity Partners LLC as purchaser for $35,000 per buildable lot. They applied for a pre-application conference on June 25th, 2024, which was held on July 31st, 2024. The partners had a surveyor as part of their team at this time. The next meeting between staff and OHM was on November 24, 2025. Now with a more comprehensive development team, not just a surveyor representing OHM, this starts a series of early assistance communications continuing to early April 2026. The applicant presented revised hand-drawn draft plans at various times for city input with refinement based on city staff's cursory review comments. Their goal was to attain as much city feedback and preliminary design before investing in computer-aided design. Most recent draft hand-drawn version observed by staff was number 15 in April, and staff's assumption is that a CAD-based design is in the works, but as of May 11, 2026, staff has not seen any CAD versions and no applications for a preliminary plat subdivision has been submitted to the city. In order for the subdivision to occur and for the number of lots to be known, a preliminary plat approval, normally approved by the Planning Commission, is required, followed by infrastructure design and construction, followed by approval of final plat by city staff. Once the final plat is recorded in Columbia County's records, that is when the lots are created and the number of lots of the subdivision is certain. Should we sell any city-owned properties in which we anticipate revenue this budget year? The sale to Arcadia occurred in December, occurring in this fiscal year. It had been budgeted to occur in fiscal year 2025. Do we anticipate selling any property this year from which we will receive funds next year? No, property sales are anticipated for fiscal year 2027. The question was raised last meeting about the legal process from which this budget was created. Did the city follow protocol? Could there be a legal challenge to the budget process? We have conferred with the budget division of the Department of Revenue, and the addition of an alternate option to the proposed budget is appropriate. A copy of the email for DOR is attached. The city's process is legal. City staff creates the budget based on council and community priorities and utilizes the funding available and any creative solutions that support those priorities. Budget committee typically does not have a role in the creation of the budget. If the budget committee approves the alternate budget option, that includes the new fund. The new fund will be created by resolution that will be included when the council adopts the budget. For transparency, please provide all department head salaries, both with and without overtime. That's on attachment 5. All police officer base wages by step for each position, along with compensation figures that include over. The attachments 6 and 7. For the record, I would ask that police staff roles and responsibilities be clearly identified. Specifically, I am interested in understanding whether individuals are performing multiple functions within a single position. For example, the chief is not only responsible for overseeing the department, but is also currently performing lead detective duties.
Can I ask a question about attachment 6? What does it just mean, certification pays? What does that mean?
There's certain levels of certification that is obtained.
Police officers have different levels of certification. There's basic, intermediate, advanced, supervisory, management, and executive. If you have an intermediate certificate, you're able to get 5% incentive pay. If you have a advanced certificate, you're able to get 10% certificate pay.
And that's on the base salary.
Yes.
Thank you.
So answer to that question.
What is the roles and responsibilities?
Okay. So from Matt Smith, I am serving as the chief of police, detective sergeant, and also as a detective. As of May 3rd, 2026, Detective Edwards is rotated back to patrol for road coverage. So I am essentially trying to fill all 3 positions at the same time. I am exhausted. I have a full caseload and am now working cases that were originally assigned to Detective Edwards. Also serve on the Columbia County Major Crimes Team and am one of the investigators that is qualified to be a lead investigator on a homicide investigation. Doug Treat. Doug is serving as lieutenant, is filling open shifts on patrol, and on Thursdays serves as bailiff for the St. Helens Municipal Court. Lieutenant Treat is also still serving as St. Helens Police Department's lead firearms instructor and is still conducting department firearms training. For example, this week, Lieutenant Treat spearheaded our department's annual firearms certification training. Lieutenant Treat is also the field training and evaluation coordinator for the department. Doug also served as the raid team commander, which is an interagency team responsible for high-risk search warrant services and also high-risk arrests. Evan Eustace. Evan is serving as a sergeant, oversees the records division, oversees the body worn camera program, and is also in charge of transitioning the department to a new records management system. I cannot overstress how many duties this actually entails. Any one of those assigned tasks would be a tall order for a sergeant at any other police department. Jose Casieja. Jose serves as a patrol sergeant, reviews nearly all of the completed police reports, and also reviews all body worn camera footage that is recorded and ensures that it is properly tagged for evidentiary purposes. Again, there are sergeants at other police departments where this alone is their full-time job. In addition to this, Jose responds to calls for service and is considered part of minimum staffing. Jeremy Howe is a sergeant and is serving as field training officer, a member of the major crimes team, a firearms instructor, and also a patrol supervisor. Dylan Gaston. This is a direct quote from Dylan. Graveyard patrol sergeant supervising and assisting graveyard officers, many of which are fairly inexperienced with calls, reports, and further development. Given the staffing levels, this typically includes responding to calls together and also results in me authoring reports. I've spent a significant amount of my time approving reports, which allows other sergeants to work on other tasks, commitments that they have. I serve as an FTO, which is field training officer, as needed, to include having an officer that is in, what is FTEP?
Field Training Evaluation Program, FTEP.
Thank you. Right now. Drug court. I have been the department drug court representative for several years, which includes attending drug court on Wednesdays and attending additional trainings or meetings as time allows. The drug court staff is also in the process of developing a UII court, and I have been a part of those planning meetings. Taser instructor. I am a taser instructor and have assisted in getting our officers qualified for the taser test. The newer sergeant, I have attended several leadership supervisory trainings over the last 6 months, to include the Supervisory Leadership Academy at DPSST, Northwest Leadership Seminar, and Supervisor Liability Training. I will be back at TPSST in June and July, attending the Organizational Management Leadership Academy. Question. I would also like, if possible, for revised budget options to be prepared that restore funding for the library and recreation positions.
Is this still Gaston's comment?
No.
Okay, can I ask you a question then?
Sure.
Did you send out a questionnaire and have the officers each respond? Are there emails?
I sent this to the chief. I sent the question to the chief and he was in charge of developing that answer.
Okay, so each one of them answered this via
Yeah.
email or writing or just?
No, the chief missed about 4 of the things that I'm doing. He came up with it.
I filed it. Sergeant Gaston's on a different shift, ma'am, so I had to correspond with him electronically. And it's not a complete list, obviously.
Yes. So. Okay, so the answer, the restoring funding for the library and recreation positions. The answer, the cost is fully fully restore library and recreation would be no layoffs and no furloughs, would be $239,000. The options for doing this are reduce police budget by same amount, or if police department is removed from the general fund, the committee could approve a general fund ending fund balance of 17% instead of 20%, or reduce the amount that would go to the new fund from the general fund so that it remains at 20% ending fund balance, which would also require an additional budget reduction in the new police services fund. That's it. Made it. We made it.
You didn't even need any water in between.
So we probably should go around the table and what did everybody think?
Let's go a couple slides. Let's show it first. Fine. The challenges and opportunities. We're assuming from committee and community input that the $24 proposed general service will not be approved by voters. We were asked at the last meeting what the shortfall would be without the fee. It is $1,758,000 for a 10% reserve and $2,911,500 for a 20% reserve. Most of the feedback that we have received regarding moving the police department into its own dedicated special revenue fund is a popular alternative. It is truly a win for the rest of the departments in the general fund. And it could be a win for the police services too, because people don't want to support a service fee unless they are assured of how it is used. By pulling out the police department and putting it into its own fund and asking the voters for a specific fee for police services that would give the voters the assurance that that fee would be accounted for in that fund and nowhere else, and would not be utilized anywhere else. Okay. So the next one is kind of the same as what I just said. For $239,000, we can fully restore the library and recreation with current staffing with no furloughs or layoffs. So this again is a really hard one to see on the screen. You have the handouts. And it is,
It's 2-1 with adding the library back, and there's just one. Then I'll sign it.
so slide 7. As the forecast shows, without police in the general fund, it is possible that we could reduce or even eliminate furloughs by fiscal year 2028. By fiscal year 2029, we can entertain beginning to catch up on COLAs and begin to restore needed staffing levels in planning, building, and finance. As you can see, the reserve percentage goes up really quick by doing that. And we could even at that point well, we could also be able to give more to the police services fund in support of there, so that we wouldn't have to continue any increases to the fee if it was voted in. So we could even eventually start reducing the amount of that fee and eventually just no more fee if our forecast pans out the way it does. Wait. Go ahead.
Are you saying a sunshine, like a sunshine law? like,
Yeah.
Essentially?
Yeah, we could sunshine it. Sunset.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which the council,
That's the.
it's actually better, it's positive, but that is.
Whatever you want, but
It's something that the council approved that we could do. You could
Right.
reduce it.
Right.
So. That was part of our resolution.
Yes. So the next one, slide 8. It just shows the general fund without PD, without a fee, and restoring the library and recreation. So in this, yeah, in this slide, it shows the reserve percentage at 17% for fiscal year 2027, which
Can you remind us what we're currently at, like 7?
we're going to end this year projected at 3%, which is pathetic.
Right. So this would be a vast increase.
Right. It is terrifying. That's not even 1 month's payroll.
Yeah, that's pretty scary.
Okay.
So, um, If we, on a ballot, that would be the November ballot.
Yes.
How, where do we show money for funding the police in July through November or January, the term is?
So we won't know if the fee is currently is going to pass in opening. So there's really not any decision you all could make tonight that would really make sense, right? If the fee doesn't pass, you can consider that alternative of having the police department pulled out of the general fund, the new fund, and that is where we would have the estimate of how much the police department would need in the fee. And then they would likely have to reduce even still their budget for fiscal year 2027, because if they successfully, if the voters successfully pass the fee in November, that's still just half of a year of funding, like you had pointed out. So they would still have to reduce their budget for fiscal year 2027 and then start rebuilding from there.
I want to point out something, and people can argue with me if they want. We have right here in writing that we are assuming that community input, the $24 proposed general service fee will not be approved by voters. That presents a legal problem to discuss a budget or a fee in November under an ORS statute that I looked up today. We cannot, yes, we can discuss different budgets and stuff on sales or levies or whatever, but we cannot discuss and adopt a budget that we presume is going to fail. So if we presume that this general service fee is going to fail, we're going to have to presume also in November that it fails. To my understanding, legally, we are not allowed to adopt a budget that way because we understand that will probably not be approved. So I just want to bring that to committee members.
I'm not comfortable.
We can't adopt a budget which includes a revenue source, which we don't believe will be coming. That's the point.
Yes.
Yeah. But we
Well,
can.
and there's not even there hasn't even discussion at council whether council is willing to put on the ballot something in November. We're talking about something there hasn't, from what I heard, the only discussion that has occurred regarding this November is between the mayor, finance person, and the police. There has not been a single discussion with any other city council members. The other city council members asked, what the heck's going on? What are you talking about? That was the last meeting. And so I'm not comfortable moving forward with a discussion about a ballot measure that the council hasn't met about, hasn't talked about. They can meet tomorrow or next week and say, I don't want to talk about if this levy fails, I'm not about to put another one on the counter. I don't know what they're going to say, and neither do they. And so I don't want to move forward. I want to continue our discussions down the road regarding the proposed budget that has been sent out and by our finance person that's been vetted by at least one.
So just a point of clarification, I don't think anything stops us from discussing, but adopting, absolutely. My read is we cannot adopt a budget which is not in ballot. If a fee has not been passed, then including such fees would then violate.
I don't want to.
It would, what would happen is you estimate what you go to the voters. We estimate it at this amount. You approve the budget, then council adopts the budget. If that fee fails, then there has to be budget adjustments, and that's done at the council level. And that's
Is this hung up on the vote occurring
the public vote before the 28th, or does that have any bearing on this at all? Saying we may know the outcome.
We don't know.
It may not be certified, but we may essentially know.
The outcome by the 28th, but we'll know the outcome by the
Right.
next morning, pretty much.
So then, on the 28th, I mean, there's no way we could adopt a budget
With the fee.
with the fee, knowing the vote had gone the other way.
Right.
Correct.
Just to be clear,
But also,
not regarding November at all.
also
Right.
regarding November, because we cannot, because that's what we're talking about is do we then go forward and say?
We have
what
not
if?
talked about it, and I'm trying to derail this whole discussion. I want to get down to,
I understand.
let's get down to
that,
this
but I'm
budget.
Putting on record right now that it is an ORS statute. So if the levy, we
you're
have
on
it
the
in
record,
writing.
your objections noted. I really
If
want to
we
get.
have it in writing, then we can't even discuss the November one.
I agree with you that we can discuss whatever we want, but the fact of the matter is that we got a lot of work to do with examining the current budget that is proposed. We need to get down to it. And once we finish with that, we really want to take up what we want to do in November, and it's going to be a fairly complicated process just to try to go through this budget that we have before us.
But I'm saying that eliminates some of the discussion because we are not allowed to talk about that.
Jennifer,
Under the
read the
ORS
statute.
Yeah, it's ORS 294.352. Oregon budget law requires revenue to reflect reasonable good faith expectations. If we don't believe something would reasonably pass, we are not supposed to discuss it. And I would say if they vote down the general service fee, they're probably not gonna vote in November. And I feel like personally, that's partly harassing voters at that point, but that's my opinion.
Is there a standard for reasonable, and maybe this is part of just get a legal clarification by the next meeting?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I said.
So,
Right, that could be
So-
perceived differently.
Yeah,
so I did look this up, okay, and I can tell you, we're on thin ice, and when you ask the question, you know, could somebody challenge? Absolutely. The answer is yes.
I'll get
And
the,
what this person said, what, you know, this Department of Revenue person, their very first discussion was under local budget law, budget committee members are not allowed to approve two separate budgets.
well, that was a duh.
Well, okay, but that's what we're being asked to do. And so I don't.
No, it's not. No,
Yeah,
it's
what we're
not.
being asked to do is to approve budget one and then honestly, I don't even want to talk about it.
It's alternatives.
We have work to do with this budget.
It's an alternative and it's
Everybody want. Why do
perfectly
we want to
valid.
ship? You know what? Let's just take that conversation about this mystery budget.
That's just your opinion.
You know what? And I want to derail, what I want to do is get down to business on the budget we have, not some budget that gets thrown at us on a board, on a hypothetical thing. I get
To allow all of the committee to talk. So we're gonna start with Lou and we're gonna
No,
go,
you're not running, you're not
No.
running it. I can tell you, I have a motion.
go ahead.
I said I wanted to do that. I wanted to go around the table, everybody.
Everybody gets,
Ready to talk about what?
bring
everybody
everything
gets a
about the-
chance to talk.
Okay, great. I like that idea. Ready. I can tell you this, I've gone through this for hours and I'm ready to take the
That's
pen out,
okay, but everybody else needs to have a
cuts and not.
share how they feel.
Came ready, brought my pencil, I listened to what these folks have to say, and I'm ready to get down to it. Just so you know,
Did you listen to what Ivan or Mark or Brandon had to say?
I want to hear what they say. That's why
You haven't listened to them at all.
I'm ready. Go ahead.
Well, actually, I'd like
Hear
to
it.
start with Brandon and you're a council member.
Yeah, I don't know if I have anything big to add. I think, I personally, I don't see the problem with looking at options and having a backup plan. I think, I don't know, to me, that's responsible to have a backup plan. I understand putting our main focus on what's in front of us, but the fact that you can't consider anything else, I can't, I don't understand that. Personally, regarding the $49, I don't see it as a bad idea. I see it as an option. I think we talked about a lot of good options tonight, and so I don't know that I have any specific questions right now.
Hear me?
Well, I think I spoke to where I'm at on the question of discussing. I think we could discuss it, and I think it's prudent to think through what could happen, because it's sort of a what if situation, so I actually think it's all in scope. But then I'll throw something else out here too. Is there maybe another alternative? I mean, we could dream up alternatives, right? If we want to fund rec and the library, is it possible to say we're going to increase that reserve at the end of the year more slowly than projected here? Because I think I heard would be
17%,
I was looking for the number two, it was like
39,000.
239,000.
And it would decrease the balance, the fund balance by 17% or to 17%. So it'd be a 3% reduction of the ending fund balance.
Okay, I'll put it out there that I'm in favor of that as a potential.
Are you talking about separating Parks and Rec? Put that to the voters?
No.
No, I'm
Reserve.
saying part of the budget is we're starting at this very, very low reserve, right? And part of it is building that reserve up over the year. And I'm saying, that's fine, we're gonna 5x that reserve. We're still not to target, but maybe we go to 4x and that covers those two areas. And that's just an alternate.
Well, I agree with both these gentlemen, and I think that, I think we should look at fully restoring those funds to rec and the library. But I'm gonna end up voting on whatever this committee decides on. And chances are, we're gonna pass whatever it is that you all decide, we all decide to do. But I do want to see that. If we can do it, let's do it.
Actually, talk about the council. Is it, you have not talked at all about the alternative budget? At the vote in November?
Well, I think that's putting the cart before the horse at this point. I like Brandon said, I like the option. If that's gonna get us to where we need to be so that the general fund, which is largely healthy, right, with the exception of the police, correct me if I'm wrong. That's where the
He's asking if you spoke about it before the.
in council,
Council, yeah.
I don't say much in council. So, no, I don't think I have.
The council,
I say, could we get this added to our next meeting so we can discuss it?
It will be one way or the other because your next week. Oh, for next week.
that's council.
You could talk about it next.
I would like that opportunity.
Because it would be germane if we had a reading from the council, what they want to do.
No, it wouldn't. Problem is, we're dealing with revenues that do not exist. And that is the problem. It doesn't matter.
So we have alternative.
You know what? Spend some time, Google things and look it up. You can't talk about revenues that don't exist. That they don't exist. Chances are they probably aren't gonna show up. Let's see if we got a ballot measure on May 19th. Let's see what happens with that.
Respectfully, we're talking about a budget numbers that don't exist with a $24 fee right now.
That's another problem.
I'm just saying that that's what every year there's proposed votes. I think last year there was 3 different denominations or 2 at least that were proposed. So we're doing that each year, or we have last year. We don't have the $4. It's proposed.
And alternatives every year.
It's easier to plug money in the end. It'll be easier once, we're gonna know, but we really gotta get down to business on.
Yeah, Ivan, it's your turn.
Yeah, let's complete the roundtable, please.
I need to use up my 7 minutes, right? I got 7 minutes? Yes, you got 10 today. Nice. Appreciate everybody who spoke today. I can tell everybody really knows what they're talking about. They really love what they do and they really have a lot of respect for you. I have a lot of respect for Steve. He's not a yes man, clearly. And I appreciate that. We do need some, I don't want to call it adversarial, but if we pass this budget and one day I'd be reluctant to call it budget. However, I think we instead of, we all have our opinions, right? And that's great. Let's express our opinions, but I think we need to ask more questions than telling people how things are. And I really trust Gloria. Doesn't make sense. She's the expert, like she's literally an expert, and she has a connections with the state.
to get all the answers. So if we don't like something, let's just keep asking questions and you can answer those questions, right?
Right.
And we can get to the bottom of
If
whatever.
I don't know the answer, I'll find the answer.
The voters will make the decision for us, which it should be, and so we'll move on from there. Do like breaking out the police and the separate, we looked at exactly what they're costing. I've been a proponent of not trying to meet that 20%, like Jeremy was saying, bring it back slowly. We're at rock bottom now, but we know that's very dangerous. Don't go right back to the 20. We can build it back slowly. So I really enjoyed all your comments, Jeremy, and took a lot of notes. So we're gonna get some good info from you.
I'll echo that. I really appreciate your insight and I'm glad that you have, you know, kind of this open perspective on ideas and problem solving, because I feel like that's kind of how my brain works too. I see a problem and I want to try to figure out a way to solve it. Some problems can't be solved, you know, or some of them don't feel like a great solution. And so I'm very understanding of that, which is why I also believe that, you know, I'm not afraid of dodging the, you know, the budget problems that we have currently and making those tough decisions, you know, with cuts and not looking at, you know, a what if, but looking at what we have in front of us and what we need to do right now. And I feel like that's really the direction that it feels like to me we're taking, is that we are looking at, this is a for sure, and then these are maybe ways that we can supplement that hard, you know, that hard pill to swallow, that for sure, that we know is gonna be there. That's the way I'm looking at it, and, so, yeah. We got.
Well, I mean, logically, there's no reason to talk about the levy because that's going to happen next week, so it's waste of time for us to discuss it. Also, are we gonna hear from people, public comment tonight? No, why?
The last week, we're not doing it tonight.
It's
It's not part of the,
required every budget committee.
No, it's not.
no,
It is.
It is not.
This is their money
It is not required,
and
everybody.
they have due process, so they get to talk to us. I wouldn't sit here and make a decision without hearing from.
Motion if you.
I would like to make a motion for public comment. I see people sitting out here that came for a
Jeremy?
reason.
I mean, I believe it is possible.
I looked it up.
I looked into it as well, and that's what I found is, I don't agree that it has to be at every meeting, but it could be opened up through a motion as well.
There are 3 budget committee meetings per year at most. The public has a right to say and speak to us, because why am I going to sit here and vote in something if I don't necessarily know what they want? That's the whole reason why I got on this budget committee. I am a citizen of St. Helens. My money is spent here too. I'm not gonna sit here and decide things when I don't know what they want. I would like to hear from the public each and every time.
Oh, okay, so on this subject, it's 20 to 10. And I'm thinking I'm thinking maybe next meeting we have public comment. I don't think we're gonna have a budget tonight. And I think next meeting, and the people who are here, if they submit their public comments, we read them aloud at the next meeting. And then maybe some things will happen during this meeting that make public comment not needed. That's my anticipation. I'm not willing to foreclose public comment. I'd say the minimum is 1. More than the minimum, but it is 20 to 10.
Right.
So I'm for more public comment, but if he's okay with it, we could ask the people who are here to submit a written public comment and then it will be read. And if they want to come the next time, then I would make a motion that public comment be allowed next meeting.
That's not what I said. That's not what I'm okay with, but I'm on record and I said what I said.
It's 20 to 10. I'm not sure if I want to.
we're not doing public comment tonight. We can do it next week. I like the idea of doing a written comment.
then we're gonna hear it, and we're not foreclosing, it's just it's late.
And that,
I'm in favor of any written commentary the next meeting.
But problematic, like, we're voting next meeting on the budget, correct?
We don't know that.
Ideally, will, ideally. So we're going to decide what we hear that night. We don't have a week to think about it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I want to hear from them now when we're going to be voting next meeting.
So
Right, I was just inviting.
can be submitted and we can, give that to you well ahead of the meeting.
Okay, but you're going to open up hundreds of emails possibly by doing it that way.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's going to be extremely time consuming.
Good. We'd love 100 emails if people have a comment.
my comments are, why can't we discuss a general fund, no fee, no PD, restore library and recreation? I think we can discuss that and accept a budget. I'm not saying accept this budget, but I don't see why we cannot discuss two alternative budgets and pass one of them.
We don't need to if they're voting on Tuesday. Do you see what I'm saying?
I'm saying not right now, but if it comes time, we can do alternatives. We did them last year.
Can
Well,
I make my comment now? I
here's the
mean,
problem. Hang on just a second. Here's the problem with that. We now have in writing saying, we don't think this is going to happen. So then to go back and discuss the phantom budget with a possible tax in November, when the police just sat in here tonight, okay, because a lot of this budget's going to them, saying they haven't had overnight coverage for months and everything went well. How are you going to sell that to the voters at this point? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, we can't sit here and say, here's a phantom budget that we know probably is going to fail again. And that's what we're gonna adopt. That's why we keep ending up in problems. I think that we need real numbers to go off of, and that's what we need to discuss and accept.
That's what these two budgets are with no fee.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree.
And if we have a vote by next week, public vote, guess we'll know if we can do one of these.
Also want to set.
Yeah, well, I mean.
You're not backing budgets.
We don't need to be talking about
Yeah, I don't call it.
right now because the vote.
It's more of a contingent. There's an A and a B. There's different paths that could go
Right.
on.
Right.
Until we know the outcome, we don't know, because it is possible it passes.
You could say that you think it's gonna pass and then it doesn't, and then what do you do?
I mean,
If you gambled, if you put all your eggs. in
there
one
are
basket,
citizens who are undecided.
That's
I've
not smart
spoken
either.
to them.
It definitely could pass, but I'm saying you put in writing that you
Option.
don't think it's going to pass. I'm saying from this research I did today on that, Lawrence. Shouldn't have said that. That's all I'm saying. We're not allowed to discuss budgets that way then.
my turn now?
Sure, turn on the clock.
Yeah, thank you, Lou. Turn the clock on. Okay, so. Yeah, so I went down and I calculated. Kind of the departments. And here's the reality of it. The current proposed budget has a lot of cuts in it already. We just took this budget right where we are now, with the cuts that are already there to these departments, which we've heard how painful they're going to be. We're still looking at a police budget of $3,906,500 because of necessity, the cash that is plugged into this budget, $1,758,000. If that doesn't happen, only place to take it unless we really want to say we're going to eliminate departments is out of the police budget. That's 3 million. So that's reality. So if we're going to sit down and say, okay, well, and I think Gloria said the number is even higher. And so that's really kind of the reality. And so I was prepared to go kind of department by department and say, well, do we really want to cut the building department to this? Do we really want to cut the parks to whatever? But it sounds like there is a consensus to at least I think that let's do a layup. So let's talk about the library. And because I think it's I see the way the wind's blowing. I see the library and the rec program as just being just too important to our community. That even if it means cutting into the police, I think that we're gonna need to keep our 38,000 visits, library, all the things they bring. And our rec department as well. And so I have a motion here to actually fund the library.
Right, there's a map, it's 230 between the two of them.
It's 239 between the two of them, so I mean, if you take the library at what it actually cost us in 2024, 638, 526, which is their bigger number. And then we take the smaller number on their supplies, which is this year's, because we're cutting their supplies back. If you look at the supply, so if you look at page 53, 147, and if you take the actual expenses in 2023, 2024, 638,526. And then you take Department 706, and we look at Department 706 and we go to the reduced cost. I don't know what they spend their money on, but gonna be less. 143,800 in stuff. If we just add those together. 13, we're talking the library first, 9, 12. 8, that's 7, that's a budget of 782,326. So I'm gonna make a motion that what we do tonight is we line item approve.
How'd you get that number? I don't know.
Just throwing a number.
Throwing numbers, throwing them fast, okay.
Sheet.
So if we go to, look at page 53 of 147.
I don't know what you're, I don't know what you're pulling.
502 and 143.
You did the math to what it would be to fully fund the library and.
I'm just going line item for the library and
Okay, because we don't know what you're polling, and she had already done that on the, just.
I know, but that's not saying, there's no way to make a motion for 239,000. That's the problem.
Make the motion to put back and fully fund
FTEs.
the library and the recreation. And then I can do the balancing for you.
Okay. So
We just request an update to the budget showing the full
Right.
funding, and then you don't need to
Exactly.
try to calculate this on the fly.
That would be a good way to do it.
I'm gonna make a motion to. I'm gonna make a proposal that we.
It's already there, Steve.
Hey,
Just to make sure you
let me
know,
Finish. So the addition of the,
I'm just saying the math is here if you wanted to see it.
Is
We
it?
already did, yeah, I did this question when I asked Gloria to. Would you do
right, the 200,
Right.
well,
with-
you may have different numbers than I do. I don't know.
If we make it, agree to make it general and have, say that we want to fully fund the FTEs for the library and rec, and then Gloria can calculate the numbers and then present them back. Would that be agreeable to do
And
that?
then you'll have that the next meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I was going off of, just to let you know where I was going, I'm willing to do it that way just because to try to speed things along. But I was using the actual expenditures for 23-24 of 638,526. And then I was adding to it our proposed. The proposed 143,800. So we're gonna take actual expenses from 23-24. 638,526 and materials of 143,800, and that comes out to 782,326 for the line item for the library.
We'll put together that it fully funds the library and the recreation, bring it back to you.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion that we resolve that the recommendation of the budget committee, regardless of whatever budget we adopt, will fully fund the library to its prior level of last year. We will, which means an addition of approximately 239,000 is calculated by Ms. Bush ahead of our meeting. that additionally it will restore
Recreation.
let me finish. Two positions to the library. They have 2 FTEs, library. And additionally, that will also restore the full funding to the recreation department. Same level as last year, and to restore 0.5 FTEs. That's the motion.
You got it. You got
What's
it.
the race? Who even got it? I even got
You
it.
did get it.
I think that was quick, you guys.
Any,
I don't think it needs to be that specific and that detailed as a motion. I think we just say restore the library and recreation.
well, I think that this restores their restores their head count. And it's gonna restore their money. And so I think that I've made it specific because I want to make sure I got all those details in there.
Lori, in this, general budget you gave us, does it restore head count and restore?
That's what I asked for.
So there's been a motion and second.
Can't repeat that motion.
Oh, no,
As stated.
Jamie's got it.
It's been moved and seconded to restore the library and recreation per Steve's comments. We have a second on that. Any other discussion on that?
I just think I would just want to make a note that there were other departments that, you know, are being cut that we're focusing on restoring those programs. I just want you guys to know I see you. And I know that you guys are making sacrifices to your departments as well, Mohammed, if you're still listening. And I just want you guys to know that you're not, you know, you're still in the room and you still matter. Your departments do matter to us as well.
I mean,
Time to discuss them next time.
But they're not included in this motion.
They're not.
And so I just wanted
It's
to.
only the library and the rec.
The goal here was to bite off one piece that we
Yes.
Totally understand
Maybe we'll
why
save
it's not
100 maybe we'll save
I
100
like, I
comments.
think that you as well.
I would vote no, just because we don't deal with finance with all the other department heads, like you just said.
So you want to do a vote?
Yeah, so all in favor of Steve's motion to restore library and recreation, including the specifics he got into that Gloria has made record of, and it's been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition by aye or nay? Okay, the motion is passed.
Hey, we accomplished something.
Well, and then I think one of the, so I think a lot of folks can take away that are concerned about the library, that their voices were heard in the rec department, not that the other departments were not. But not to say don't show up at the next meeting, but realize some things happened.
Jen didn't even get her time at the round table. I just realized.
I think that we all know that like this was something that I put a lot of thought into how we could insulate library and rec. And that is where I came up with an alternate idea to do a special revenue fund for the police so that every year it's not the same general fund knife fight. And so hopefully, you know, we'll have more stability in this fund. And if it does, the budget committee happens to move forward, I think that it's a good strategic plan on, we need a pattern interrupt, and what we have been doing is not working. And I think that this is a good plan to try to change the trajectory and do something new. And the transparency is, I think, vitally important. And I think we need that with such a large budget item that we see in the police. So,
I strongly agree with that.
but otherwise,
I think a fantastic outcome that we could accomplish is to separate the funding for the police on behalf of the citizens.
And here's, and I'm with you on that, and the only thing that I'm trying to do is let's get down to the budget. Let's finish it, and then if we decide at that point we want to pick up fund and move it off and talk about how we're gonna do that.
I would actually talk about it in reverse and say, I think that that's table stakes and we should split it regardless of where we end up with on the dollars.
Yeah, I got you on that one, but
It's sort of a reform. It's a better government structure going forward.
that's a pretty heavy discussion to be throwing out at people in the middle of a budget cycle, way it's been done. And looking at where the revenue is going to come from, how are they going to shift over? I think that we have a budget that's proposed that's before us. We can get down to that. Once we figure it out, then we can talk about, do we really want to move it? Because it's very confusing to try to move it or to move it.
Are you opposed to actually separating it?
I am opposed to a confusing method. What I want to do is get the dollars and cents right. We're gonna, once we get the dollars and cents right, okay, here's our budget. Now, we want to move this piece to another, and do we want to move this thing? That's a whole nother, that's a different discussion than the budget.
We'll know next Thursday a lot after the vote.
We will, and we'll still know whether the money's there or not, and then whether we move it or not. I mean, we have a budget that we can figure out and do, and then the idea that we're gonna shift off this other piece. I don't, like, for example, moving the police to the general fund, away from the general fund. And now we're gonna take the general fund money and we're gonna tax the general fund and to this other fund, which is how it's being proposed to be done. That's one source of revenue. Then we're gonna take the cigarette tax or the, what is it, the tax or whatever tax is. We're gonna put that in this police fund. We're gonna tax, now we're taxing, so we have the public work, we have the enterprise fund that's taxed and moves to the general fund. We have the general fund that's taxed and it gets moved to the police fund. Those are the mechanics that we're talking about. So we're creating an entire another fund and moving funds around, because the only way our general fund exists, we're taking funds out of the enterprise fund. So now we're gonna take funds out of the enterprise fund, we're gonna put it in the general fund. The general fund.
I think this is like rolling the fog. It's like putting cloud.
That's how our
I
budget.
think it's actually very, very simple, and you can make it very simple conceptually to say, we have a general fund, right? It's funding the police
I
side.
will tell you this, there are legal issues.
Let him talk about this.
And then you take that and you slide it over here, and now this becomes a police fund. And I understand there's a fund, there are revenues coming into the general fund.
From where?
Well, a variety of sources. That
Well, what are they?
Property taxes.
Is this a quiz?
Free taxes, state shared quizzes, well,
But not enterprise funds.
general fund, sports services going to the general fund. General fund, sports services going to the general fund. That's how we fund the
They
general.
do,
fund.
but they don't go for police
The
services.
police, library, or municipal court, they don't get.
So they're only getting the taxes is what you're saying?
They are all an expense with no revenue, like,
So the police aren't sharing in the enterprise funds? That's what you're saying?
no.
Don't they get all in big mixed together in a big mix?
It's been said that multiple times, library, police, and the municipal.
So you just want to
No
move all the
janitor.
tax, put it this way. Let's just say this. Let's assume that we do it like you're saying, we move the police over there. If that fund doesn't pass, we're still moving over with only $3,906,000.
They
So there could be budget trouble there where there needs to be reductions. I get that. But I think regardless of the number we land on for funding, the concept of separating it out so that we could go to the voters and ask for money specifically for police. Other cities have done it. It's been a success for other cities in a similar situation. I did a bunch of research on this. It's the most viable path forward. It's sustainable.
City values their police and want them. I mean, we have a similar,
And-
where Columbia City does it. That's how they fund their police. And I've said it in the past.
It's
that
common
that's how it should be
practice.
done.
Okay, so let's assume we do it this way, which I still don't like, but and I don't even think it's appropriate. We can't do it with this $1.8 million hypothetical revenue. It can't be in there. They're gonna move over with not enough money.
You can bifurcate the discussion, so you don't have to talk about any millions of dollars when you talk conceptually about separation. That's my point.
What our job is to do a balanced budget with numbers. And so to get into these conceptual things of moving a fund over ends up very much confusing the issue for me. And to me, it's like, look, I'd be prepared today to go through right now and finish the budget. We could talk tomorrow about whether we move the police and how they're gonna get there. That's a very easy discussion. The hard discussion is, do we cut 1.758 million from them? Is their budget next year gonna be 3,906,500? That's the hard discussion. Let's start having the hard discussions.
And I think that that's, Steve, where a good alternative strategy or plan to have in our pocket, because if we had to go down that path, and correct me if I'm wrong, that looks like we would potentially be having about 6 officers left in the city of St. Helens Police Department. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, we would
So
have to-
therefore, if we don't have an alternate plan to put in front of the voters on funding, that is becomes a serious issue when we're down to 6 officers to field 17,000 plus calls in a square mile radius of 5 miles. So if we're just talking about that, it seems irresponsible as a budget committee not to have another alternative plan, considering the severity of what we're looking at for that budget cut. This is an alternate plan. If in fact the $24 does fail, we have to have something to look at as a budget committee.
I think what we.
Agreed.
yeah,
In addition to that, as well, I just want to add to that, it is in the best judgment of this committee and this council and this governing body to look at what's best for the city of St. Helens. And that could be systematic changes. We're talking about systematic changes. That's how we do things with funding and budgeting. So I.
Sounds like a good idea.
And transparency.
That's what we're talking about though, Steve. So it's, you know, we want to include all of us in that conversation about how can we fix this issue that we're having, you know?
Look at the FT. If we look to the police budget so far this year, if we look at. You can look at,
Gonna get into specific numbers. Let's do it next week.
well, okay, I'm just saying that the expenses of what the police actually cost us. The salaries, et cetera, 3.9 million cover it. So that's what we need to be discussing. We need to be discussing, we're gonna lose some police, all right. We will have sufficiently police force,
I
and that's a discussion that we need to be having.
feel like the chief should chime in if you're making comments like that on funding.
What needs to happen, which I said before about this, is that the city is broke. Nothing's been done. We have ATVs on our road, which I'm imagining is helping the polices.
It's not had one issue. If
That's what's been accomplished. We don't have any more jobs coming in, income, et cetera. When this happens to a city members, which is part of the reason why I wanted to hear from them tonight, they need to decide what's important to them. And we heard the library is terribly important, correct? We've heard that Rex is very important. We can't drive around with potholes, and our cops can't drive around with potholes. So what needs to happen is that when you have a budget issue like this, is that people need to come and say, what do we value? How do we fund it? And that does need to go to the people as a tax, and you say, your police services are going to be cut 6 officers or something. If you're fine with that, great. If you're not, here's how much it's going to cost you. But we don't need to be defunding the library over it, or what we determine is lesser, you know what I'm saying? Like, yes, it's a good idea, but you are delivering it in a really bad way. I don't feel like people really want to support the police at this point. I think you guys need to like go back to the drawing board, maybe get a little better attitude about stuff. And work together with everybody and present why that we need a tax.
So I think that's what we're trying to do here respectfully. We've just come in and just said, we heard citizens and that came out and spoke so passionately about the library in rec. Last week we did, we had letters come in, we had people, I don't think you got here till 8-10 PM, but we literally heard from so many valuable like opinions that came in and spoke about the library. We as a committee just decided that we made a motion from Mr. Toski to fund the library. We're also
And
saying exactly
rec.
what you're, and rec, thank you, Steve. We're also doing what you're just saying, is that we are creating a transparent process that says, hey, if we have to cut this, we'd be down to 6, put it out to the citizens for a vote. That's what we're looking at this alternate vote, budget, just exactly what you just said. So that
Fee on the water bill, which people have repeatedly told you they don't want, which is probably going to fail, which then puts in a bad taste in people's mouth for November. You're going about it the wrong way.
So
Well,
this,
What I'm saying, I understand that, but I would personally vote to support our police department. I think they do a great job. I think they're great.
Oh, yes.
$4 in all respect, that
Yes, but-
so the $24 fee came out to council and it was voted on. And, there was discussions that it was not going to fully, fund staff. And, there was a $35 and a $24 one. That came out, that got presented. This wasn't even something that was a conceptual idea at the time. This is just not going to get it done. Like we're gonna need to do something different than we have traditionally done. We need a pattern interrupt on how we're trying to do business here for transparency, so voters can have a say. I looked at this as I kept calling it the everything bagel, right? You're talk about the general service fee, but literally how many questions, like what's going towards library, what's going to rec, what's going to police? It wasn't the framework, I think, for this general service fee wasn't really well like thought out or put out there. And so I think that in alone creates confusion. I think this is a different pathway where it's like, if it doesn't pass, then that's exactly what we've done. We've gone back to the drawing board essentially, and we have created transparency. Citizens can have a voice on if in fact they want 6 officers running in their entire city. We put it back as out to the voter. So I guess that this is where we should be talking about it. Honestly, this is the budget committee. We should be having these conversations on alternative methods. Steve could come up with something right now, or Jeremy, that is another good idea that wasn't on the table that potentially would be a good path. Exactly. So this is where we should be discussing these things.
Okay, I want a motion to adjourn.
Wait, before we.
Oh, wait, I
We'll allow public comment next time, and hopefully we're not gonna get a lot of people about the library, because the library is.
And rec.
Rec, library and rec
Steve?
is fine. So, but I think there has been requests, so let's talk about our agenda. Do we need to do urban renewal? Like how much time?
We have to.
Yeah, but can we do it in June, or?
No,
we need
we have to do it.
We need to do it, okay, all right. So, about the only thing I can think of that I would like to, your public comment gets on the agenda. And then I think people do need to really be thinking about what do these numbers mean? And what is it gonna mean if this levy doesn't pass? And we're gonna know that on the 28th. We need to be ready to gear out,
Plan B.
where are we gonna make cuts in this budget so we can make the budget balance?
Steve, you've had a lot of times, and I just want to make sure we have a quorum for next meeting.
Yeah.
So I will not be here, Lou will not be here, so everybody else will be here.
We have to be virtually.
I'll be here.
That'll be a form.
And then Lou, are you gonna come by Zoom, or you're not gonna be here?
Family vacation.
So Jeremy.
I think you're under pretty good hands with Jeremy.
Hey, welcome to the team. You're stepping right up into the.
I've got a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I don't know.